welcome to episode 145 of the Art School live streams, and welcome to all the new students, welcome to all the returning students, my dear students, and I hope that you're ready to check out some Art School live streams. What are these? What are these about? Essentially, it's they are weekly live streams that students from my Art School program can attend every single week for an entire year or more. You can find more information about the art program down in the description below if you're on YouTube, and of course everybody here knows what this is about. So yeah, I hope everybody is doing great. Everybody is sitting down comfortably because, like I said, these streams run pretty long. We don't have a record number of entries today, but we have a good amount. So let's go through the menu here, and I'll continue with the introduction as usual. So so the way that these go is every week students will submit their personal art, their assignments, their questions if they don't have any of the first two in the private group, and then I grab them all, and in order we go through all of them, and I try to give the best feedback that I can. But so yeah, what else do I have? As usual, you don't need to attend for the whole stream. You don't even need to attend. Not every student is awake at the same time, although the streams last pretty long, so you should be able to catch the beginning or the end, regardless where you live. But you certainly don't need to attend to get feedback. As long as it's submitted in the announcement that I make the night before, I'll go through it all, and you can come back to it later, watch the replay, whenever you want. Let's get started with Gaily. So I am well, Gaily. Hope you're well too. This week I made figures from imagination, no reference used. Especially the full figure took me some time, as I have never made one without reference before. I also found time to finally finish this 2-point perspective spiral stare. I made this to practice using ellipses and perspective. It looks great. It looks very good. I'm having a headache just looking at it, because yeah, that's what you needed to do. Essentially trace a bunch of ellipses, to measure each one of them, and then find the square. But you did it, and it looks good. It looks very accurate. Just for those, those other people that might be wondering what the heck I'm talking about. And let's say you trace like a square in perspective like this, you find the center, and then you go like this to find like these corners there. And so once you have those 4 dots and the center of your ellipse, you're able to then trace that ellipse within it, making sure that it touches all 4. Making sure that the ellipse is symmetrical and it's a perfect ellipse, not deformed. If I have a headache just looking at it, can't imagine what you went through to actually make it. Probably a lot of tears, but you did great. And these characters, it's the from imagination that is key here, because damn, they look good. They look really good. Yeah, like you close all these shapes. You remove those cross sections, and then there you go, boom! You got some nice little characters and great proportions. Like just small stuff maybe that I can spot here. Like this guy's head's a little big, like 10% too big maybe. Although that could be like the size of a kid. That could work. Bigger head. But very good. These poses come across quite well. Right on. So for the construction, it's like 99% on point. So really good job. The only thing I'll mention are these like some of the cylinders for the legs. I don't think anything else. The arms maybe a little bit. So just here, in this case, especially when we look at the box for the pelvis, it's a box that we can see the top of. So usually if we can see the top of this box here, it means, and we can see the top of the shoulders as well, it means that we have like a higher point of view onto the character, like we're taller and we're looking down. And so if we're looking down on these cylinders for the legs, and the legs are kind of straight, and they're going down to the ground, you would want to have the circles go the other direction instead. Excuse me. These circles, these ellipses. So instead of a cylinder pointing down this way, it would instead be like that. Doink. So we can see the top of that cylinder as well, just like we can see the top of the pelvis. So yeah, like so towards the bottom here, since seen from the side, like seeing this guy from the side view, pelvis, and he's got his legs kind of like this, you know, like a little bend in the knee, nothing crazy, but here, this is what we would see, and we're kind of like up there looking down, so we can't see underneath this cylinder. We can see the top of the cylinder, just like we can see the top of this box, but we can't see underneath. But if the angle goes forward enough, at some point we'll be able to see kind of like just a straight line, right? So we won't be able to see the side of it, or underneath it'll be kind of just like right in the middle. And so that might be what happens to those lines, those cross sections here. So they might get flatter and flatter as they come towards us, but very unlikely that we'll be able to see underneath this cylinder. Same idea for that one too. So instead it would be more like maybe just a flatter cylinder, less distortion to it. Maybe more like that. You know, so it's pretty flat down there. Almost like just a rectangle. So that arm is good. No problem here. That's right. For this one here, I think the elbow comes towards us enough. I think that works. That makes sense. And because we can't see the top of this box, so if it makes it seem like the horizon is probably like somewhere around here, like in the middle of the character, and so that would make a little more sense. That we might be able to see a little bit of the underside of it. So, anyways, it's always a balance, you know, like making sure that we know kind of where the horizon is. If the horizon is really high, it means that we're looking down onto the scene, we're looking down on the character, and we'll likely see a lot of the top of those volumes. If the horizon is kind of in the middle here, back there, like in the middle of the character, everything that's above it, we'll be able to see the underside, you know, so all those cylinders will be able to see the underside of them if they're in like a neutral position without any perspective. And then everything that's below, we'll be able to see the top of them. And for everything that's kind of in the middle here, we won't be able to see neither the top or the bottom. So just kind of keeping the horizon in mind for this exercise. But those tiny mistakes aside, these look really good. Like it would definitely help and to do a little bit of a gesture drawing before that, just to warm up and have figures that are maybe not as stiff, but proportion wise and yeah, just like the little hints of the anatomy that you have here. It looks really good. I might just like drop his chest muscle a bit lower, so that his abs don't cover too much of his torso. Because remember that the pectoralis major is usually, unless you're like a bodybuilder, but usually it's going to be taller than it is wide. So making sure it's a little taller there. There we go, Mr. Abs. Awesome stuff, Gailey. So hope you're enjoying your new condo. It's nice. Thanks. So I'd love to get your feedback on my drawings. Do you find this type of exercise valuable for improvement? I had to correct a lot, especially the size of the palm of the hand was mean. So this type of exercise. So drawing the construction of the hand. No, I think this is a great exercise. On the contrary, well, not really contrary, but yeah, that's a great exercise. You know, here, what I like about this step here, when you're kind of trying to construct the hand on top of the reference, is that you're forced to observe. You don't have a choice, and it makes you pay attention to different things that maybe you wouldn't normally pay attention to. And also, you know, if you can figure out like a good construction for your hands, you know, it allows you to do exactly what Gailey was doing here with the entire body. So to be able to eventually construct it from imagination, just thinking about that construction, because the construction itself is a lot simpler than like a real hand, you know, with all the details, all the nails, all that stuff. If it's just a bunch of cylinders and like simple volumes, most people can draw like them individually. So then the initial challenge is just to assemble them in something that looks kind of in proportion, like fingers not too long and that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a great way to get you to eventually draw hands from imagination. And these are great. Yeah, very nice. All right. And those figures, ooh, very good. Yeah, nice proportions, nice. Yeah, these two here, no problem there. Those are awesome. This one too, very good. This one, and this one, maybe it's like this foot here that's not long enough. Like I feel like the lower leg for this her right leg is a little bit longer than the left leg, maybe. Or yeah, so that might just be the heel here. Like if you extend the heel a little bit, like it's gonna eat up part of the leg, part of the length of the leg. Maybe that might work better. And the knee here has got like a strange bend, and like maybe she's like not quite double jointed, but you know, like the knees can bend a little further past what looks comfortable. But that's kind of just sticks out right now. So it maybe just have the knee a little straighter. You know, the next step, you know, for hands, for example, if that's what you're working on right now, I would highly recommend that you try exactly what Gailey did in her exercise. Don't mean to compare anybody, but it's like I'm gonna say exactly what she did. So that would be a nice next step to try and do that. You know, so after you've done that for a couple of hands and you're getting more comfortable with your construction, the construction of your hand here, like drawing these individual volumes in different perspectives, try it from imagination. Of course, like have references nearby. So maybe like take a glance at the ref initially first before you go into your construction. And so it's not going to be like 100% from imagination, but pretty close to that. You just kind of look at it. All right, so the hand is in that position roughly, and then you hide the layer, and then you try to construct it from memory, from with your construction recipe that you're using. And this way you'll be able to see like where are the areas that you might not understand as well, or maybe some areas that you feel you should work on a little bit more. But in terms of, you know, assignments, exercises, very nice. That helps. Moving on to Preston. Preston. All right. So I kind of had a rough week, but I hope yours went well. Sorry to hear that. Hope things are getting better. I can say that mine was particularly great. Just moving the whole time, unpacking boxes, packing boxes, completely destroying my office, and then resetting it up here. My hands are just like cut every way possible. All my skin feels raw. It's just physical stuff, so not that big of a deal. I'm not comparing to whatever you're dealing with, but yeah. Anyways, I had a so-so week. Hope it gets better. So because of that, I didn't get as much done. I did the illustration online, left earlier this week for fun, and realized it was a little too safe, and that I needed to practice folds before I started character design. Aside from the sleeves, face, and the hands on the girl, how did I do? I love that you're still submitting something. Hell yeah. That is discipline. Illustration on the left. That was really good. Yeah, I'm just looking maybe at the contrasts in here. Like she's got a lot of light there on her sleeve. That was kind of good. Would be cool to add this on yours as well. And it would help, you know, kind of break up not break up, but to separate the character from the background a little bit more, because we're kind of like gray on gray here. You know, like it stays pretty horizontal. Same value with the background. Try to avoid that just for presentation's sake. It looks nicer when the character pops a bit more. There we go. That kind of stuff. Yeah, very nice studies. good references too. You know, I've mentioned this a bunch of times, but try using references that that will be useful to you. You know, like if you don't think you'll ever draw dresses, then don't study dress folds. Dress fold, yeah. You know, or if you're always drawing, you know, if you're always drawing characters in like superheroes with like capes and stuff, maybe it's not really useful to draw like piles of towels on the ground and like trying to study the folds when it's all like bunched up together. Maybe not as useful. So these are great. You know, shirts like this, yes, you'll probably be doing that a lot. In here makes sense. It's almost the same thing here. So yes, great idea. Yeah, looks really good. Yeah, you look at it quickly, and I mean, it could pass as a photo. Contrast is good. All the folds, treatment of the folds, very nice. Good contrast and values. Very nice. What's up, Emilio? So yeah, the fold study, nailed it. And also have some general questions. Hold on, take a look at that. Yeah. So awesome that you also constructed the body before drawing the fabric, the clothes on her. Yeah, for the purpose of that study, that shall do. Right on. I mean, this looks pretty good. It's just the I think it's just like presentation tips that would make this a whole lot better. It's not so much like changing anything in here, but yeah, like at first glance, you know, what we see as a thumbnail, and you should always look at your art as a thumbnail at some point, you know, towards the end, throughout the whole process, just to make sure that it reads nice at kind of any size. Because like when you're scrolling really quick on Instagram, you know, it's almost the same as seeing an image really small. Like there's just a limit to the amount of information that you can take in when you're scrolling. Swipe. And so the same way that you can't really make up that much from a thumbnail. And so the idea is that if the thumbnail is good, if you're already hooking people with just the thumbnail, then most likely they'll stop and stare. Maybe give it a like and a follow and share it with their friends. So from here we see mostly black, right, and like 2 white dots. So like the contour here you have around the shirt, I don't think that's enough to really make the character pop and yeah, separate it from the background. So I would just brighten one or the other, so either the shirt or the background. I think either way would work, but he's got white hair, so maybe just change the shirt color, make it a little brighter. And it's not so much like the color of the shirt's different, maybe it's just like, yeah, you turned on another light, click, and now it's just a little bit more light in the scene, and so the shirt that used to look black now will appear maybe, you know, dark brown, dark desaturated brown instead. Still a black shirt. It'll still read as a black shirt, but it'll be a little bit more contrast. That's not the way to go. And obviously, like, this is not going to work too well because it's very dark, so I don't have a whole lot of a range of values in here to play with. That's why, like, we're getting a lot of artifacts, and also the colors are really dark and pretty even. So if I brighten it up, it's just gonna like look like doo-doo. But just give rid of saturation a little bit, darken it some more. So obviously, like, the colors could be much better than that, but not an amazing fix. But at least now the character stands out a little bit more. Like, you can see him against the background a little bit better. That's the goal here. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong at all. Like, this does create a focal point. It's just that it's almost like too good of a focal point, you know, like where it completely hides everything else. So that's what you want to avoid. Like, the focal point is like a delicate balance where you want the eyes to go there, but you still want the eyes to travel around after that. You know, it's like, it's not the final destination, it's just the first stop. And so after that, like, you should still have some stuff in here that's not too hard to see for people to to zoom in on that first, like, oh, cool. And then go to the hand. Oh, he's doing something. And then after that, you can look at the fold. Oh, nice. And go back here. And you're kind of like part of this nice loop. But at least you can appreciate all the shading that you did here for the jacket. Because when it's a little too dark, you can't see much of it. And that's a bummer, because you did spend time on it. So yeah, when it comes to the folds though, your gut feeling was right. I think like if he had maybe a shirt that's more like that, so less fold on his torso here, because there's not a whole lot of, like, the front of the chest here, he's gonna have his chest, pushing against the fabric, so there shouldn't be too much on here. It should be pretty flat in terms of fold. Yeah, anyways, I think you know that. That's why you did those studies. And now, question. So, if a position is just titled Junior Concept Artist, should you be able to do both characters and environment, rather than specializing in one? Good question. I would tell you that it probably depends on the size of the studio. So if it's a big studio, more likely than not there's going to be a split there. So, but if it's not like a huge AAA studio, then yeah, you probably expect it to be able to do both. For example, that was the case for my first job. When I got in the industry at first, my first gig was as a concept artist, but there was no specification at all. The test was the character art. It was character art, character art test. But the first thing that they asked me to do the second that I joined, they're like, "Hey, can you do a bunch of backgrounds for these levels?" What? You didn't hire me for this? I don't know how to do backgrounds. So more likely than not, if it's a smaller studio, yes, you're expected to do both. Rather than specialize in it. So the job description does not specialize. Also, if that company does mostly realistic art, could it still get hired if you do more stylized art, but the portfolio is strong? This is, again, it really depends on the company. It depends on how much options they have. They will always prefer to go with somebody that has an art style that is more plug and play. You put yourself in their position too, in their shoes. If you're hiring somebody to to cook for you, like you're very rich and you hire a cook for your home to cook your meals, and you really like burgers, random, and the chef that you hire, like, the only one that you could find, but he's like specializing in sushi. It's still a chef, right? He'll probably be able to do burgers. Maybe the example should have been the other way around. You like sushi, but you hire like a burger chef, if there's such a thing. There will be some adaptation there. Probably can't expect the sushi to taste as good as, a sushi chef would be able to make them. That's kind of the situation here, like if they can find somebody that's going to be a better fit for what they need, they will always prioritize that. So hence, having a portfolio tailored to the kind of job that you want, to the kind of studios that you want. Hopefully that answers it. Hope that helps. Moving on. Scott. All right. What up, Scott? I hope yeah. Oh no. Pirate Scott is back. Was it 3 points on the 3-point perspective lesson and the high seas were calling? I've been wanting to draw a pirate ship for some time and felt it was the perfect opportunity. As you can see, she's still very much in the early stages. Ooh. So where the waterline, I think I don't know if this is supposed to be just like a structural detail in the ship, or if it's your waterline, but it looks like it would be the waterline because it's kind of spot on here. But yeah, that's how you would find it. Just trace a square around it in the right perspective. Man, this looks good. This looks really good. Well constructed. I don't think I have anything to fix here. Really cool angle too. Majestic. For this thing here, like the way to do it, I think it's fine. But in case you didn't construct it, because I don't see any lines here, and it's small enough that you probably just, that was good enough. If you wanted to construct it, for example, you'd be able to split that in half, like the entire boat here in half. And where to find the middle line? Well, you have a bunch of corners here for these shapes, so you can find X mark the spot. So yeah, my line's not straight, but it's probably somewhere around here. And so then you can trace the halfway point and the symmetry line on that ship and project that all the way to the front and kind of essentially end up having like a card, like a square in perspective, and then you can just draw the what's the word for that thing? The spiky bit. That's a new word for it. And then you can just draw it like this, as if it were just like a cutout, and then give it a little bit of 3D effect. But yeah, and it's probably fine. No need to do anything to that. Just FYI. Stick. Let's Google it. Stick at the front of a ship. Bowsprit? 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 Yeah, there you go. Bowsprit. Bowsprit. Learn something new every day. All right, on. So, you're all set, Scott. So far, so good. This is a great construction. Everything is nice in perspective. Nothing seems off. Cool angle. Looks impressive. Hell yeah. I want to see details on this. Keep it up. Easy. Bowsprit. Bowsprit. Thanks. Thanks for the English lessons, teachers. I teach you, you teach me. All right, Alessandro. I spent more time on my Marc here. I already posted it on Instagram, but I still would be glad if you had any feedback for me. I really focused on colors and tried to put some yellow in the blue shading and some green inside the cape. Yay. Also, I tried 30-second gesture drawings and continued the 1 minute. Gosh, this is exhausting. It would be appreciated. Exhausting, but oh, so much level up here. Like every time you see this, you know, you should think of this as you're playing a game. You just beat like a boss, and you gain a bunch of XP. Your character's stronger now. That character is you, and the boss was this. So that's all XP. That's in your head now. It's not going anywhere. Exhausting maybe, but for a good cause. Yeah, these look really good. Very, very gestury. Is that a word? Yeah, I love the energy in these sketches. This guy, awesome, man. Yeah. I'm surprised that you can do this much in 30 seconds. If I'm being honest, I don't think I can do much more than that. That's good. That's really good. I think it's a good practice. You know, sometimes you'll do 30 seconds and you have like 3 lines. You're like, I need more time. But in your case, clearly it's enough, you know, to get something pretty nice on here. Yeah, do more. These are great. And like one thing that might help you get maybe a little bit more, like squeeze in a little bit more lines in your 30 seconds would be to stick to a construction, you know, like a simple construction, nothing like too complex like you would do for like a full figure drawing, but for a gesture drawing, like something simple, like I don't know whether maybe it's just like starting with the head and then the torso and then going from there. It's just like a recipe, you know, like something that you always do the same steps every time so that you can perfect that recipe, so it goes a little faster when you get used to it. because that's usually what allows you to get a little bit more, squeeze in a few more details. Because otherwise, essentially, it's like a puzzle every time. Like you look at the figure and like, how do I simplify that in 30 seconds? And every time it's like a new quiz, like a new level. Click, click, click. All right, new again, new again, new again. Every pose is something new. But if you have like a good recipe-ish, something that you always do, like the initial steps are always going to be the same, so you don't need to think about that. So the puzzle becomes a lot simpler. Like you remove a lot of steps that you don't have to rethink every time. Yeah, so honestly, like nothing to say about these other than they are awesome. Keep going. This is huge level up. Maybe not level up, but a huge amount of experience. So yeah, that's nice, very nice. Now about this dude here. Let's see. So before, after. Ooh. Yeah, I think it definitely reads a lot better. Like you can, little brighter up here. You don't have as much contrast anymore. So like the top of the character, I mean, you can probably tell, right? Like the blue here, like the hit of blue, really makes a big difference. Before the entire character is kind of the same, kind of like a little spotty, bunch of different colors, kind of all over the place, but nothing really stands out. But now, like this definitely helps. It's gonna be just a tiny thing, but it makes a big difference. I would probably still tone down the contrast just a bit, just because some details are hard to see. Like in here, like the contrast between that here in the back, the cape, and not the cape, but this little robe garment, and the pants kind of blend together. So just trying to avoid that, especially if it's it's more like a concept, it's less of an illustration. So whenever there's no background, like whenever you're not trying to convey a story, like whenever it's not an illustration, you really want to make sure that the details read well, because that's the purpose of this piece. It's to convey design information. So I would just make it a little brighter overall, like all the darker colors, make those brighter. I don't know that I'll be able to do that all at once, but let's give it a shot. Probably some adjustments to do with the saturation levels now, but I would like this. To me, looks more pleasing to the eyes, just because there's less contrast. The information reads better. So it's almost like you're reading a book, and now suddenly, like it used to be like really small font, and like I need my glasses, even with more like a microscope. And now it's like the font's really big. No problem to read this. All the information's just flowing, no problem. So yeah, to be honest, like that would be the only thing here. Like I like the colors overall. Of course, like I changed now the saturation changed a little bit. So it used to be this red, this nice deep, saturated red. Now it's like this flimsy, cheap red. So you can add that back in there, of course. But yeah, with saturation levels kind of back up to what they were before. But with the higher luminance, the higher brightness, I think that reads better. The pens still read as black, even though we kind of cranked up everything. So maybe black and very saturated, fully saturated here. Try to avoid full saturation unless it's really close to the focal points. Even just a little bit of light in here, I think would go a long way, just to make this not feel just like this black hole where all the light disappears, never comes out. Yeah, and then from here, you know, aside from like balancing the values and saturation, yeah, I think it'd be cool like to push maybe the materials just a little more. Like I know you're done, but you know, like yeah, and maybe that's not even part of the character, so I don't know. I would need to look at him again. Like this thing here, like this looks like a solid plate, you know, it looks like it's protecting him, so it's probably solid, probably hard. It'd be cool to have maybe like a little bit more of a reflection here. Make this seem like it's maybe like shiny a little bit. Just to have that contrast again, that contrast in values, contrast in saturation, contrast in colors, warm versus cool, contrast in materials too, like shiny, non-shiny. That's all I got. Very, very nice, Alessandro. From the house. Moving on to Coco. So drawing has always been my hobby. So I think, are you new? I think so, right? Yes, this is my first time in channel. Awesome. Welcome. It's good to have you. So yeah, a little introduction. Let me get my coffee as I read this. Damn right you can. Turn your talent to your dream job. So far, this is my second portrait, which I did for another course, where it all started. Then I found out about you, and here I am. Awesome. So this is my first time joining for feedback. I'm very happy for any feedback on this portrait. I really like to draw surrealism with fantasy elements. My question is, I have a lot of ideas just as a concept artist, but I also love to create beautiful final drawings with all the little details. Can you give me advice on what to focus? So, yeah, to answer your question, your last question, let me show you like what kind of stuff I used to do, kind of like before or around the area where I got hired, first hired in the industry. And you'll see, because I got hired as a concept artist. I think it was pretty clear that this was like concept art, but it definitely had illustration elements to it, like qualities to it. In that I always had backgrounds, like the characters were rarely just standing there. There was always a background, something else to just make the scene nicer, just so that yeah, it looks more interesting when you browse. There's more stuff to see. Let's see, I need to scroll down quite a bit here. So yeah, those were the kind of the kinds of concepts that I would do, right? So it is, I mean, not a great design. It's not much to it, but those were my concept art pieces. So it's an illustration still, you know. I wanted to do a little bit more. Like the background's not much, just a bunch of quick brush strokes, but it made me happier to do this than just having a character on like a blank, just like a gray background, something maybe not as fun. But yeah, there was always that part of the that illustration side that I always kept. I always wanted to have in here. So no problem at all. It's just that you have to make it, yeah, you have to kind of make it obvious that that's what it's about. For example, like what wouldn't work as well, maybe if it were a concept piece, you know, it would be something like this, you know, like that one here. That's not a good concept piece. That's more of an illustration, right? So close up, I'm trying to communicate more of a story. However, you know, whatever story that is, but there's less design, more illustration quality, so it's kind of like a balance. This one here, where you have the character in the middle, and the background is pretty clear as the design. You know, there's nothing else that I'm trying to do here. Characters just posing in the middle. This here, like the pirate one, that would be more of an illustration. The design is kind of hard to see. The leg is blocking part of the outfit, so that wouldn't be a good design piece. That would be definitely more of an illustration. So it's just finding that sweet spot for what you want to do. So yeah, in your case, you know, for concept art, for example, you would want to like doing portraits, not bad at all, you know. But you rarely find portraits in a concept artist portfolio. You'll usually be like full characters, because that's what you'll usually do. Characters or environments, you know, depending on whatever you prefer. So yeah, if you want to make it a design piece, like a concept art piece, but still have those illustration qualities. Just make sure that the character is full, and that the main focus is still on the design of the character. But you can still add a bunch of stuff in the background. Just make it as pretty as you want. That's all good. Just portrait, usually that's more illustration. So just FYI. But right on. So just moving forward, what I would recommend that you focus on, if that's something that you're kind of like, I want to do that. Concept art is my thing. I kind of see myself as being a concept artist later. For the next pieces, I would focus more on full characters. But this is quite nice. It would help if I could see like the reference image that you used for that, just to see the difference, where you took liberties, how you stuck to it, or where you kind of diverted a little bit more. But that's a nice illustration. Beautiful colors in here. So we have kind of like this I wouldn't say complementary color palette, it's more analogous. We have like purples, greens, not greens. What am I talking about? There's no green in here. Purples, blues, pinks, pretty close in the chromatic circle. Of course, we have like yellow here, but that's more accent color. Doesn't count. Yeah, very, very nice, very pleasing. In terms of the composition, a few things that could be improved. It's minor stuff, everything I'm gonna say is pretty minor. It's a very nice piece. It's just that whenever you have a portrait like this, and you just try to frame the face of the character in the middle as much as possible. And if anything, when you're not sure, always make sure that you have more space in front of the character than you have behind. So if the character's looking in any direction, just make sure that this side of the canvas has a little bit more room than the back of her head. So right now the eyes are not centered, right? They're a little off center. The center is probably right here. And so, yeah, for this to work better, you would probably want to have the face kind of here instead. And so, don't need to move the face, but we can kind of just the crop here. Maybe get rid of part of that. What happened to my selection? Oops. There we go. And then maybe extend that just a little bit. Let's try to fill. Control F. That's what I did. There we go. Magic. So in terms of composition now, this would be better balanced. Now you have all the visual elements that are most important, especially like this moon now is centered right down the middle. The face is also right down the middle. You have a lot of elements here, a lot of visual weight, and it's centered. It's nice. And we have a little bit on the side here, a little bit on there, a little bit over there. Better balanced this way. So minor stuff, like I said. And in the same way, you might want to like crop part of the sky. You have a lot of space here. Does it add? I don't know. I think if we removed, that's a good test to like just crop stuff out, and if it doesn't change anything, if it still looks the same, if you're still conveying the same feelings, the same. If nothing is taken out of the illustration by cropping a part out, usually it's good to crop it out. Yeah, so composition wise, that would be pretty much it. Yeah, the other main flaw of this illustration, other than those minor details, would be just the anatomy. So character, like her shoulders here, like that shoulder is not super clear where it's going. Like the definition of the neck here, you would probably have the neck kind of the cylinder of the neck, something like that, and then you would have the trapezius on the sides. Clavicles would be probably a little bit higher than that. She's got quite a long neck now, and yeah, enough room for the shoulders. So maybe extending that thing a little further out. anatomy shenanigans, but if you're thinking about character art, let me go back to the chat box. Like I'm talking to myself. Oh, there you go. Constantin. So yeah, as I was saying, oops. So moving forward, you know, focus on characters, full characters. If that's still the goal. Of course, you can do portraits. You know, keep the fun. That's the most important. The most important is to make sure that everything is fun, that you're having fun. Because if it becomes a bummer, then you're not gonna do it anymore, and that's not good. So make sure that it's fun. So, you know, sprinkle some different types of illustrations in there, if that's fun for you, and by focusing on, but still focusing on design for your portfolio overall, and anatomy. You know, that's going to be your bread and butter. Anatomy is the thing. If you're going to be a concept artist, you gotta make sure that your proportions are good. So gesture drawing, anatomy, making sure that those are your like top 2 skills to work on. And then when those are solid, then after that you can start to look into design a little bit more. I mean, you can look at design whenever you want, but the 2 priorities here for that job, anatomy and proportions, that's kind of like just the baseline, making sure that those are good enough that they always look kind of all right. And after that, you can worry about dressing them up in a cool way. What the hell's, man? And welcome again. Very nice. Looking forward to see more from you. All right. I'm back. All right, look, it's been a while. Good to see you. So last time I asked you if you had any tips on how to improve my illustration of Odin. On the right. What? Right. Yeah. So this is how it turned out. I thought you might like to see it. Am I looking at the right one? You messing with me? Am I looking at the right thing? Which is which? Oh, on the right of the text, right? Not on the right of the whole submission. I think I got it. Oh, this guy here, right? Yeah. Right. So I should have just kept reading. That would have cleared that up. All right. Right. Make it bright. I love the composition in here. Pose is super cool. Yeah, I love the hands. Gesture feels nice. Feels like it's nice, comfortable pose. Maybe that arm's still short. You know, like maybe the elbow could go a little lower. Maybe his head. Yeah, it feels like the hands, not the hands, but the arms, a bit short. I don't think you would need to change much here though. I think it'd be just a matter of like changing the angle of that thing here. So like just like rotating that forearm down a bit, just to extend the upper arm. And on his left arm, maybe just lowering this whole thing a bit lower, just so that it's like we can imagine a little bit more easily where the shoulder might be, and then going into the elbow and then the forearm. Same here. And then overall brightness adjustment. It is quite dark in here. Spooky. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough. Yeah, so a little cram to the left there. Let's try to bring in some lights. Joink. Joink. Messing up the colors a bit, but now at least like we can read better. Like, oh, I didn't even notice any of this stuff. Yeah, because this character looks awesome. This is really cool. Love the colors that you have in here, like gold and purple. Nice mix. But yeah, like at this level of brightness, you know, like all of those details kind of just disappear, which is a bummer because they're really cool. They add a lot to the design. So just yeah, brighter overall. But that's it. It's just overall like the character is, you know, stands out from the background. I think enough. Like maybe here you could like do something about that line because it's quite similar. But back there you have the light here, so nice contrast between the two. Around here, around the crow, yeah, no problem. Up here, nice. Yeah, it's just kind of like this area there. Could be just like some local brightness behind. Like a train that's coming. Choo-choo. Doesn't need to make a whole lot of sense, doesn't really matter. Background is just a gradient anyway, so yeah, just something to help define the silhouette. But man, yeah, came out great. When I started in the game industry was a newborn. That makes me feel quite old. Peter, you're not nice. I'm not that old. But no, it's all good though, because there's just more opportunities now, you know? The game industry just keeps growing and growing and growing every year. It's steady, I don't know, what is it, like 10, 15%, something like that every year. Significant amount, so it's growing really quick and it hasn't stopped. So more art, more games, more game studios, more art positions, just better life for artists. More. Don't worry, Pete, I'm screwing with you. Yeah, no, it's all good. All good news. Yeah, it's true. Like back then, you know, when did I make that video? Like 2014, something like that, a long time ago. Yeah, it's true. Like back then, the indie studios were, it was still there, you know, but it was a lot more towards the beginning. There was not a whole lot of just working from home. That wasn't really a thing. And mobile games weren't really like hot, you know. Their iPhone, I think, was just starting, so the phones couldn't really handle mobile games that well, and so that was kind of like a huge chunk of positions that just didn't exist yet. So yeah, it's all good. All good news for us. Later, Sasha. Bonne nuit, bonne nuit. All right, and let's take a look at this new musician bro. Oh man, look at those hands. Those hands. Those hands make the drawing. So good. Yeah. Epic reference that you use there. I would think you used the reference. Yeah, man, this character looks awesome. Same problem with the first one though. Be mindful of your brightness level. Your value is a little dark. And they hide all the cool details that you that you drew on here. So yeah, kind of overall same feedback as the first one. Just make it a little bit brighter. Reduce the like those colors here, like for the main character. Don't too dark, you can't see. It's all like this really dark brown, pretty much the whole thing. So bring in some more light, and it would make sense anyways. You know, like the top of his arm here, top of his sleeve is getting that amount of light. Probably you'd find the same on top of his pants, on his knees. But yeah, overall contrast. Try to clip a little bit of the darker values. Brightness level up you know, at the top of the scale here, it's pretty good. So it's just like you go really dark here. So it's just make that area like forbidden. Don't go any lower than this. What is that, like 80% brightness? Because you already have lines in here, so you have the lines to add kind of that structure to the art, to the drawing. So yeah, like when you have lines visible, always better to just keep the values a little lighter. Because otherwise it creates like this weird thing where you have, all right, so this is clearly line art, like colored line art with a little bit of shading. Nice. But then the style kind of changes over here. So now we can't see the lines at all. So it's like, oh, okay, so now it's more like painted. So just try to keep it kind of the same overall. Yeah, it's more like style stuff. Values, because the drawing itself is very nice. Last thing I'll say, avoid that. Dun, dun, epic tangent right here. So anything would be better than that. So you can have this, like, maybe this fold here comes out a little bit more. Maybe that one a little bit more too, and then the cape kind of just disappears outside of the frame. That's probably too much here, but yeah, just don't make it a straight line. Like anything else will do better, because it creates like a weird pattern. Like I'm always drawn to this area here. Like, oh, what's that? Is this a road? Where does this road lead me to? Creates this weird patterns, line for no reason. Patterns attract attention. Don't create unwanted patterns. That's all I got. Other than that, killer stuff. That looks awesome. Yeah. Anyways, all right. So, Cassandra, what's up, Cassandra? I've been working on the clothed figure drawing assignments. I'd just like some feedback on how I did. Oui, mademoiselle. Yeah, I was looking at this. Oh, that looks good. Like if you just go like this, like especially, I don't know what it is about like this section of the pants. It's so spot on. Looks like a real deal. Yeah. So just say something unrelated to the folds themselves, but you know, like you see a lot of light here. You know, like it's darker in the middle of the leg because you have some light in front, nothing on that side, and then some light in the back. You just don't have that here anymore with the pants. So minor unrelated feedback, but just adding that little bit here would make this even nicer. Yeah, this one here in particular looks really good. Really, really good. You might be getting a little bit more folds that way because you got a lot of stretch this on that side. A lot of stretch. And tension points wise, you're gonna have something here, like right in the little pit between the shoulder and the neck when you raise your shoulder like that. And the breast also is gonna push against it, so tension here, tension up there. So you're gonna get a lot of lines, a lot of folds going that way, and then some other ones going this way. There's tension here as well. Here too. So it's kind of like between the two here, you're gonna get a little bit, and yeah, this way. So it's probably like these folds here are gonna like blend with them at some point. So I think it's mostly just on this side here, like these folds. I don't think there will be any shadow underneath that one. It's just too much tension here, so it'll be just nice clean fold. But yeah, other than that, this looks very convincing. Yeah, and then the jeans, yeah, that was good, really good. Those little folds. I like how some of these they feel more random. It feels more like natural folds. Like there's no clear patterns to them. That is the way. Very nice. Yeah, these pants, got nothing else to say about that. Awesome stuff. Oh snap. That's a weird cut. Slim fit up top, baggy down there. Interesting fashion. Very good study. I'm out of words. Not sure what I could say here that would make this better. It's a really good study. Shading wise, maybe, but it's not so much. It's not really about the fold, so I don't think it really matters. Like it feels like it's a little bit brighter here, like in this entire area up here. I think that side's fine, but this one here maybe gets a little too dark. Like the brightest spot is a little lower, maybe, so kind of just maybe like brightening up here just to make it feel like the leg is nice and round and like pushing against the fabric. Otherwise maybe it doesn't feel as tight, as a tight fit. The only thing that I would say, since you go pretty dark here in in between the legs, I would go just as dark up there, like underneath the flaps, the flappity flaps of the sweater. And I think it would just make the sweater feel more baggy. Maybe it's like overflowing, kind of stuck in, but then it's still overflowing outside of the pants. So essentially just going a little darker here to make that feel like it's coming towards us a little bit more. These folds here are a little deeper than they currently are. Just to get that extra depth, but yeah, it's just essentially just making what you already have here a little darker. Very good study, very, very good. Moving on to Laura. Ooh, that was cool. Oh, I love the texture that you got going on here. Oh, that looks really good. All right, so after last week's stream, I continued working on this fan art and fixed following things. Decreased the contrast and shadow. Nice. Fixed the anatomy of the abs and breast muscles. It is, yeah, it's a little lower now. Yeah, that's good. That looks really good. Change the shape of the hips. Yes, that's definitely more manly. And added more damage to the burnt part of his skin and made it less shiny. Yeah, I'd say it's really, really good improvement. All of that stuff. Yeah, because I love like the little texture that you got here. Cool. He's got this nice, you know, clean, nice, smooth skin, and then you contrast that with something that has a lot more texture. Very cool. Yeah, the anatomy works a lot better as well. Yeah. So this time, I apologize. I don't remember why I didn't mention any of that last week. Maybe you asked about something. Maybe you asked about something else, and I kind of just answered your question. But anatomy-wise, I think there would be a few things that you could look into, like the right arm most specifically. Like he's got this arm feels pretty big, you know, like normal big. This guy's packing some muscle, so it makes sense. But his right arm feels pretty skinny in comparison. So I think I would just like beef him up here. Like, you know, this is the middle of the center of his body. You got a good amount of distance here between the center and the side of his shoulder. So I would just maybe, I know that's not the same pose, you know, like the shoulders coming forward a little bit. It's at an angle, but still I feel like you could probably make that a little beefier, a little wider. And yeah, maybe have some like extra muscle definitions here for the triceps, and maybe making the forearm a little thicker, because you know, forearm like this, no big deal, but the second that you squish it against something else like the bicep, it gets a little wider. The muscles of the brachioradialis group here gets flattened like a pancake, and it gets a little wider as a result. Yeah, so maybe like all of that. Actually, yeah, probably no need to make this longer. Just tweak the foreshortening maybe on the elbow. So like if the elbow is right here, and then you can see kind of like the muscles here, the flexor, the extension muscle, the flexor muscles, going into the hands. Yeah, that might be enough, but I think you just need to adjust the shading here a little bit, so that like the side of the arm catches a bit more light, just so it feels a little thicker. And similarly, adding a little bit more thickness to the wrist here, because it's pretty frail. Like he's not, you know, a bulky dude. He's not thick boned for sure, but that's pretty thin for a guy. Like I have tiny wrists, and this still feels tiny to me. So maybe a little bulkier, a little more width, but nothing you can't fix with some liquify or some just, you know, like pulling things. Don't need to repaint anything, I would think. Just moving the pixels around a bit. I think that'll be all you need. The hand. The only thing I would say about the hand is that like those two knuckles feel really, really far apart, like uncomfortably far apart. So the fingers might bend, you know, a lot. Like you might have a lot of space in between here, but the knuckles remain quite close altogether, because it feels otherwise that like almost his thong is like breaking the hand. It's like pulling the knuckles apart. Feels like that might hurt. So I think just making those fingers a little thicker as well, and kind of just leaving or reducing the gap in here, bringing those knuckles together a little more. I think might help. Actually, you know what? By just taking this whole thing here, sliding it down so that his hand is a little longer, and this way you'll have more space to play with that stuff. And lastly, and finally, One more thing, something completely different, but value-wise, again, making sure that kind of what I've mentioned to a few people already today, but making sure that the character pops from the background a little more. I really like that you have the highlight here. Like this really made him pop a lot. That's nice. We're not seeing that as much now, so I think you could just bring that back so that there is more of a silhouette definition there, and then maybe in the hair as well. Like here, the values get really close. So just like trying to find those areas where the values are kind of a little too similar, and bringing in some light to break those up a bit more. So maybe the hair here could go a little shinier, and as a result, help define the contour a bit more. And here, you know, the back is pretty dark, the hair is pretty dark, so yeah, maybe a little bit more highlights, or maybe just brightening the background here towards the top, around the head. Many ways that you can go about it. You know, either the hair's brighter or the background's brighter, but just increasing the contrast here towards the top of the painting, I think, would help. You know, maybe something simple would be beautiful selection. But yeah, a little bit of light behind here. Not saying that you should do exactly that, but that's the effect that we're looking for. Make sure that the character pops, that his silhouette doesn't get lost in the background. You know, like the difference here between that one here and the older one, where the head kind of starts to disappear. We don't want that. I feel like the forearm here, Laura, is fine. Like the length-wise, I don't think you would need to change much, because you can. Yeah, it's just gonna be like the shading on here, like to make sure that you shade this like it's like the elbow is coming towards us, right? So this way. Because before I think it was shaded more like that, and you just want to make sure that you pull that arm forward here so that the length here makes sense. Now it's shorter, but it's because it's foreshortened. That's it. Yeah. Sexy Dabby. Moving on to Luca. I'm doing pretty good, Luca. Finally out of the moving mess, more or less. I found the skeleton base online as a base exercise on upper body muscles. This is the first time I drew them from imagination. I only used the notes I took during the lesson as a reminder to wear some of them attached to the bones. Ooh. Ballsy move. Also, don't we look alike? Overall, I think it looks fine, but are there some mistakes I did notice? You're welcome, Laura. It's like I'm looking at myself in the mirror. It's uncanny. See if you can find me. That's why the streams take so long. So, muscles or imagination? That looks very good. Damn. He's been lifting. He needs to work on his legs though. Yeah, that looks really good. To be honest, I think the only thing would be like the shape of the shoulders a little bit. But other than that, this looks great, man. So from the front here. So we have your sternum. Yeah, it's I think it's just gonna be the shoulders. That's pretty much it. Maybe you can have your serratus interior muscle here, like reach a little further to the front. Because it reaches. Where are they? Can't feel mine. They shrunk too much. But it's like to the side of the body, a little bit towards the front, maybe. Like it doesn't cross into the like the stomach territory, but definitely reaches quite far on the sides. Yeah, kind of. I think like the guideline that I usually, not the guideline, but the reference point that I use typically is like this kind of points towards the nipple. You know, if the nipple's right here, like that curve kind of points towards it. So it doesn't reach far enough. It means that the nipple will be like too far out. Yeah, that helps me to position them properly. Maybe it'll help you too. But yeah. So for the chest muscle here, having that. Adjusting the shape a little bit here. So the chest muscle here attaches about along the half of the clavicle here. So the clavicle starts there, goes all the way to the tip here in the middle of the shoulder, and so the chest muscle will kind of its origin at least will be like partially on that clavicle here. So that should be kind of the shape that you go for. And this gives us a little bit of room here for the shoulder to reach further in and attach a little closer to the center of the body onto the clavicle as well. So the shoulder, the deltoid, will also attach onto the half, more or less, of the clavicle, but the lateral half. So it kind of picks up after the chest muscle here. There's going to be a little bit of a gap in between where there's nothing. But all of this to say that, yeah, you want to make sure that the anterior head of the deltoid reaches far enough towards the center of the body, and that the two heads, well, the heads in front and the head in the back of the delt are a little bit shorter. They attach a little higher, and then the middle head here attaches a little bit lower, and also inserts slightly lower onto the humerus. That's it. So yeah, from the front again, the halfway point, clavicle starts here, boing, 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 boing. So you can chop it in half approximately. Chest will stop here, shoulder will pick up right next to it, and so the shoulder, the front head of the delt will be something like that, and the chest muscle will be just slightly different. It just stops a little sooner. From the back, similar idea. So having that delt kind of reach, or that posterior head of the delt reach far enough in. So you're gonna have here the scapula. I'm thinking it's somewhere around here, if that's where your trapezius is, because the trapezius attaches on the top of the scapula. So the scapula is like this, kind of like pizza shape, and here, kind of like this bit that's sticking out. That's the spine of the scapula. And that's where the trapezius will attach on top of. So this muscle here will be on top of that, and then the delt, so the shoulder muscle in pink in this case, red, will attach right underneath it. So we'll start here, kind of go towards the arm. Like this is kind of like the arm bone, and so we're just gonna make sure that it attaches along this spine. Spine of the scapula. So that's not quite right. That's not far enough. You just want to make sure that it goes all the way to the back. And of course, back here, it's not going to be muscle. Like at the end of the muscle, it's always just, tendons. So there's not going to be a whole lot of mass there. It's not going to be beefy towards the center here, but it does start more towards the inside of the body. Yeah, so same idea here. I want to make sure that it goes far enough. That helps, Luca. Other than that, very good. Very, very good. That's right. Beard, and I have ears also, and a nose. Other than that, we're pretty identical. Louisa, here's another week of practice drawing heads. I'm aware that there are still issues, but I hope to be able to avoid them in time. I know they still do not look alike, but I think some of the heads are well constructed. I also wanted to practice shading them as well. I think it would help me later. I know this is counterintuitive, but shading it's not exactly the same. It's very close to speed in painting, so it's a symptom of your expertise. So if you're good at drawing heads, you should be also good at shading them. Because if you're good at drawing them, it means that you can have a clearer image in your head of what a face looks like from different angles. If you rotate it, what is that line going to look like? If you rotate this way, what's that profile line going to look like in different angles? You're able to position all these different features, all these different like subtle volumes in space in the right angle, making sure they all stay in the same spot relative to one another. That's the skill that you need to shade. Of course, you need to understand light a lot. So there's other stuff. It's good to practice shading on its own sometimes, but I'm just saying that it's not gonna help you as much as you think. Way more efficient if you want to just improve. I get it, it's fun. So I'm not saying to not do it. I've done it my entire life too. Like when I couldn't shade at all, when I couldn't draw at all. But I'm just saying that if growth is the goal and rapid growth, you should be able to just focus on the line art, making sure that you crank out more line art instead of focusing on shading, and potentially having fewer heads to work with because you're spending time on the shading. So I think it would be more beneficial for your growth to just focus on lines, making sure that your heads are well constructed in different angles. That's going to give you a little bit more mileage in the end. Just like sometimes I would maybe go a little bit lighter on the shading, like this guy here. He makes me think of the what is it, Prince Philip, rest in peace. But like the images, that famous images of him in a car where he's got like just dead eyes and like super like skin's all messed up, looks like a zombie. You kind of get that a little bit with the shading now. It's because you're adding maybe a little too much here under the eyes, or a little too much shading for this particular person. A little bit less would help with the read overall. Like what would probably be easier here would be to just draw the lines and then apply kind of like a flat color on top, and then go from there, like a darker flat color, so that you start with a darker base. Because the contrast between the forehead here and like around the mouth is pretty intense. I think you want to reduce that contrast quite a bit. But what I'm looking at here are the constructions, because that's what matters the most. And if most of these heads feel well constructed, the structure is solid, and some of them have like some resemblance, which is nice. It's not the goal. Again, like the likeness, it's a symptom of your skills. Again, like the better you get at drawing heads, the more easily you'll be able to achieve likeness. But these, like the angle of the heads, I feel like it's a lot closer than in previous weeks. Sometimes the reference and the drawing would be slightly different angle, but clearly like you're seeing more things now, it seems, because you're able to spot the angle better, and all the features are well positioned, like relatively speaking. Like that's a good face, a well structured face. In her case, the main difference, it's not like this one is bad or anything. It's just that slightly different face. This one is definitely longer. You know, it's like you take your face and you go like a very, very long nose in comparison. But yours work, you know, with the size of this head, it fits. Everything is nice. If you try to extend it and change nothing else, like it just move the facial features, I don't think that would work as well. Because now her head's not long enough. Like sure, the face might look a little closer in proportions, but it wouldn't work as well. The shading on this one though is really good. Very nice. What I would recommend, you know, that you do for shading from now on, if you want to keep practicing this stuff, is to shade the character as a whole first. Like not the character, shade the head as a whole, like as a simple volume, like no features, nothing. You know, it kind of take out the nose, take out the eyes. Don't take them out, but in your mind, take them out as your shading, so they're not even part of your consideration. Just looking at the head as a whole, trying to look at the overall highlight that you got here, you know. So what is that? It's like a big starting this way almost. So you got a little bit of shadow down here, and you got light sources on the right and on the left. This one here, this light source is a little more intense. You see the highlights creeping into his face a bit more than the other one, so probably this one here is a little closer to us, and his right light is a little further behind. So, and then here in the middle of the face, it's a little brighter as well, because this is a sphere after all, like an egg shape mostly. So you can add a little bit of brightness here towards the front. And then this is what you would start from, right? So this is kind of like the overall shading for the head with all the facial features taken out. And so I would recommend that you start with that first, and then after that you add the facial, all the details on top of that, because that's kind of what's missing here. Like your faces, like the details look very, very well shaded, but overall the face still looks kind of flat. So it's almost like you shaded all the medium and small details, but didn't shade the big details, aka the overall volume for the entire head. Yeah, so always think of it, I always approach it this way. Big details, medium to small. Big details initially should be very, very rough. Like if we take this guy, for example, super quickly, like you would start something like that. Imagine he's just like a big egg shape under his chin here. The forehead, you can see it's pretty dark, and then the highlight will be kind of like on that side. But already, you know, you have a base, and it kind of looks like, yeah, like a super simple head. But now, if you have the details on top, the facial features on top, maintaining kind of like the local values that you now have, right? So the nose is a little darker now, this cheek is a little darker than that one. It should feel a little bit better overall. Yeah, construction wise though, you're right, it's better than last time. So I'm happy to see that in 1 week you're able to make these many improvements. Yeah, and good references too. Like these are nice. They're not too flat. There's a lot of contrast here, so a good choice of references. Really good stuff, Louisa. That helps. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, we're at 2 hours already. Let's take a short break. I just need to eat something. My stomach's starting to make all sorts of noises. So be right back in like 6, 7, 8 minutes, something like that. Not too long. I also recommend that you stand up if you've been sitting down this whole time. Loosen up the legs, and we'll be right back real soon. All right. Let's keep going. Where were we? Right, so let's resume here with ice run. So I'm doing good. Hope you're good too. Finally, after hours of rendering and countless experimentations of things, I finally reached a quality that I'm satisfied. I think I should. I think I could push some of the parts more, but since I've already spent around 145 hours, give or take 10 hours, from concept to the final piece, counting the failed experimentations, so now I'm pretty exhausted. Regardless, in terms of quality, is the piece worth it? I learned a lot of things on the way to, in creating this piece. So thanks all for the help. Looking forward to my next piece, and since it's probably going to do, all right. Oh, well. That looks nice. Yeah, I think I wouldn't regret spending that time if that's the result. That is very good. So like character-wise, I don't really have anything to say. She looks great, I love her design. Love what you did here with the staff. That looks really cool. Love the effects too. That looks nice. Yeah. So first thing, value. Just a little bit. Like we lose a little bit of the silhouette here down there, like the cape. Back there, cape also. So it would just be to probably just brighten up the background just a little more, like having the the lights of the clouds here kind of creep towards the front a bit more. And yeah, basically just say like all those darker colors here for the character. Anything else should be slightly lighter since it's further back in the scene, so that doesn't compete with her values. Try to just make that brighter really quick. Just that kind of stuff. And maybe overall like bumping up the values here, just so that we can maybe reveal some more of the details in the shadows. Let's try it. It's just like the brighter values. That's right on point. This looks really good. Great level of contrast here. It's just down there that maybe we're missing it a little bit. Missing a bit of light. Not that. Like I would do that for the outside and then keep what it was before for the inside, like the head. Try to line these up, otherwise it's not gonna work. Come on. Not quite lined up, but whatever. That shall do. So yeah, just outside here, just brighten that up just a bit, so that's more of we can appreciate more of the illustration. It's not so dark. And then it'll be just like minor things that I think would be kind of cool. Like I love this stuff here, like what you did with the hair, that nice golden color. That's hot. You should have more of that, like here. Whoa. Funky brush. Yeah, more of that light, that warm light kind of seeping through the hair and making it glow. think that's super cool. Like maybe here on the inside of the body where it's just been making essentially the presence of the sun more obvious. Like there's a lot of light, you know, back here, thinking that the sun is right behind it. So yeah, I mean maybe a little bit more light on the hair, just making it feel more airy, more less opaque. Really cool. And it's just that this color here, like the golden color, looks so nice that I would just have more of it any chance you get. Yeah, maybe like what you did with the gems here, that's kind of cool. Maybe these could shine a bit more. Not too much, I don't want to bring too much attention down here, but maybe just a little extra sparkle. And yeah, I like I think the contrast here in materials, that's super nice. Maybe like the shading on the leg kind of doesn't quite follow what the anatomy suggests. So maybe we could adjust that here. Just that it feels more cylindrical, like the whole way, the whole leg. Yeah. Damn, that's good. Last thing, just one more thing. This side of the canvas feels a little wasted. Like if you had the hair kind of go all the way, that would be one thing. Like you could probably solve it that way. Like have some stray locks of hair kind of just chilling in that area, but occupying the space. Otherwise, it's kind of space that you could crop out, you know, it wouldn't change much. You know what I was saying earlier, where if you crop that out, it's not going to change the illustration at all, so why leave it in? But it's nice that it's a little wider, so I would just occupy it with something. Hair being probably the most natural, obvious thing to add there. Awesome stuff otherwise, man. Damn. That's a nice portfolio piece. Yep. Oh, the hell. Moving on. There we go. Moving on to Michael. Ooh, nice. I hope you're doing great too. I haven't joined stream in like 4 months, but I'm here with some new concept art I'm working on in the last few months with the final pixel art, which are going to be the basic model for a 2D game. Is there something that needs to be fixed? Color-wise, anatomy, concept, etc. Thank you so much, and thanks. Awesome. Well, happy birthday to you too, and ahead of time. That's nice. All right, so characters. So let's look at the anatomy first. That is the first fundamental proportion slash anatomy. Oh, nice. The pixelated version. Oh, that's cool. Oh man, that's nostalgic. Very cool. Yeah, so proportions of these characters look great. Yeah, look at the anatomy on that wolf. Hell yeah. That's really good. Really good. Hell yeah, dude. Awesome stuff. Yeah, see like how good anatomy just makes such a big difference. This guy looks so believable. If anything, like on this one here, I might introduce like some gradient, but lighter gradients, so that the color is not kind of the same overall, and also to reveal some of the details here, because against, especially against the white background, it's pretty hard to, even against the dark background. So, what I would recommend, excuse me, would be something like. Would work better here. I'm gonna take that color, that gray color, brighten it up, make it a little bluer than that. And I would add something like this. Just add some gradient so that weird noise. Yeah, some gradient. So blue, any color might work, like red or brown, whatever. But just so that it's not like just this one flat silhouette from a distance, you know. But we can still see a little bit of the details, and just the brighter colors just reveal more of those cool anatomy details that you took the time to draw. So show them off. For this guy here, I think the main issue here, the anatomy works fine. Love the love the arm anatomy, the chest, everything's good here. It just looks a little bit off balance, you know. So if you position the center of its mass, so legs usually going to become part of the heaviest part of the body, because this big trunk of meat, you know. The chest not as heavy, it's not muscle, so by default it's not as heavy, and also a big part of the thoracic cage, the rib cage, is just occupied by our lungs, and so an empty bag, not super heavy either. So the bulk of the weight's always in this area, and a little bit up here. But right now, you know, for this character to not tip over, you would have to center that balance point where the majority of the weight is in here. So it would need to be right there. So if his foot was right here, if it came all the way to this point and went like this, then no problem. I think that would work. But it's just a little too far behind right now, and so it seems like it would tilt forward. So yeah, you don't need to think of like the weight of all the different body parts, but look at the overall kind of distribution of the mass in here. Like you have a lot there. All of this, you try to kind of blur it and then find the center of it, and that's where the weight needs to rest. So if we blur that stuff, let's go filter, Gaussian blur. Split that in half, more or less, and the weight should be approximately over here. So that would be kind of like the center of mass. So if he's got just one point of contact with the ground, that's where it should be. If it's anywhere in front of that, it will fall behind, backwards. If it's a little behind that, it'll fall in front. It'll fall right on his face. So that's that. Otherwise, this guy looks great. A little dark still, you know. I'd make those characters overall just brighter so we can see them better. I don't think it'll take away anything from the darker horror kind of mood that you got going on. I think it still looks just as nice. It's just that we can now see more of the details. This guy's spot on though, like balance wise. Very nice. Majority of the mass is right here. Split that in half, it lands right where you have the leg. No problem here. The anatomy also looking quite nice. Damn, dude, that looks good. Yeah, great proportions here for her too. maybe from the side, I would have the wings just be a little bigger. They're pretty excuse me. They're pretty short, so there's not like a lot of surface area to carry the weight. And like, you know, for her to have real wings, like the wings would need to be like pretty big to be able to carry that weight. But just for the aesthetics of it, excuse me. I would stretch these out a bit more this way. Just so it feels more like a butterfly wing, you know, like something that has more surface area, just a little bit more. And then color-wise, the color in here looks great. I would say maybe the outfit, like her top and pants or shorts, a little too saturated in comparison to everything else. Like the orange is one of the more unique colors in the whole color palette, and so it kind of stands out by default. Also, it's a little darker, this area, so this these are two areas of pretty high contrast, and so I would at least like remove one type of contrast, in this case the saturation, so maybe just make them a little bit less saturated so that they don't steal the show too much. Just a little bit less saturated, and keep the saturation for her face, her hair. That's good. Saturated, nice and saturated. Yeah, if anything, maybe kill the contrast in terms of the values as well, so making that a little brighter. It blends maybe a little more with the skin, so that doesn't attract too much attention. But the colors are great though in here. Yeah, love this. Very pretty colors. And then these darker dudes. Yeah. I like. Very cool. Oh, that helps. Moving on. Tomas. Last 2 weeks I've been practicing the head construction. I see that my circles and ellipses are not really good yet. As you have suggested last time, I drew all the ellipses fully, somewhere on the line. Maybe from the beginning I got really confused about the axis, which I must draw the ellipses around. I would appreciate if you could clarify some things. Yeah, when you see all these lines, it can definitely get a little confusing. So as I understand, the axis of the brow line and center line ellipses only tilt when the head is tilted sideways. Like in example 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Correct. Yes. Otherwise, in 3/4 and 2/3 views, when the head is looking up and down, it's still the same. Correct. Yeah, because you got to see this as kind of like an axis, right? So it's almost like you have just like a tennis ball stuck into a stick, through a stick. And so that stick is right here, like you're holding the thing, so you can flip the ball like this. You know, you can rotate this way. Whee! But that's all. And so when you move the stick, it just has to, like this has to come with it. So, yeah, so in this case here, if you're like looking to the side here and you're just going up and down, and your point of rotation is the center of that circle, then yeah, that's not going to change at all. It's just everything else that will rotate around it. So looking at these here. So yeah, exactly right. You know, the height of it will remain the same, but it's just like a plate that you're slowly turning to the side here. At some point, the plate will look pretty flat when it's facing us. Other than that, when it's completely to the side, you'll see the the full flatness of it, so you see the whole thing without any distortion. And then in here, so if this one is to the side, like completely to the side this way, then yeah, that would be correct. It would be a circle here, just like that one. Same idea. So whether this one is tilted, is facing front or down, you know, it doesn't really matter. You can take this whole thing here and then rotate it along this axis, and you can see like the circle never changes. It's just the chin that's gonna move. So you can look down, look up, huh? Whoa. Yeah, everything else, everything here, that's correct. Correct. And if the head is looking up or down, the side plates tilt a little too. You have to eyeball that angle. This one here. Yeah, so yeah, those are the angles that gets a little trickier. I mean, it's always going to be like a square of ellipses, in a sense, like you're gonna have always the top. It's always like a box, so you're always gonna have something like this, and the face will fit in here. You know, it's just that instead of a box, it'll be ellipses. So you're gonna have an ellipse up here, the main ellipse for the main width of the sphere, ellipse down there, the one to the side here, the other one on the other side, and then you can kind of start to see the shape of the head kind of appear. And then you can so this is the side one, so this one here we don't see because it's on the other side of that cube. You can start to get rid of that. So that's the front of the face. You can extend that for the jaw. Then we have the head. And so this always facing up, in that case, facing to the side. And then that's the front. Eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth. But if you tilt it, you know, if you want to rotate that thing here, all of it comes with. And yeah, if you want to change the angle of that cube, it's just like you have to think of this as like these are like the faces of a cube here, like that side. I don't know if that helps think of it this way, but it's essentially like a rounded box that we're rotating in space. So like in this example here, let's say we tilt this head here a little bit, like right now it's like this. Let's say we tilt it this way, kind of what similar to what you were trying to do here maybe. We're still gonna start with the same sphere. We gotta figure out the front of it. So let's say it's the front of the face. The eyebrow line is going to be up here. And essentially what we have right now is a box that's in this kind of angle. Right? With the jaw here added on, you would add it right there. Eyes, nose, mouth. Eyes, nose, mouth. But yeah, but anyways, like once you have this, and you can always draw it straight and then rotate it later. It's just a sphere, so it's always going to be the same thing. You know, if you want to tilt it up or down or whatever, you just got to make sure that all the ellipses are following the lead of the main one here. The symmetry line, like the line chopping the sphere in half. You just got to make sure that this line here and that the lines for the ear area is similar in the same angle. So you wouldn't want to have it straight like that. that wouldn't work because now they're diverging, right? So one is going away this way, the one is going that way. You want them to be parallel. So if it's this ellipse, you're gonna take that same thing in the same angle. It's just gonna be a smaller version of it that will be here for the side. That makes sense. So as long as you have the first two, like the ones that chop, you know, the sphere in four, you should have everything that you need to draw the other ellipses, because it's just gonna be smaller versions of the same thing. So hope that makes sense. Everything here looks good other than that, you know. You're quite right here. So you have your eyebrows, your eyes, the nose will be somewhere here, the mouth there. So yeah, jaw right here. So we'll see part of the underside of the jaw in this case. So the mandible, and just go like that. Meet with the ear. And then down here, like, it's gonna be like this stuff here, like part of the larynx going into the neck. So a little flat here, and then tube-ish looking thing for the larynx, and then the cylinder for the neck, and then on both sides here, sternomastoids. Kind of wrapping around all of that. Looks good. So you got it, I think. Hopefully the explanation clarified things if it wasn't clear. Yeah, what the hell's the mouse? Very good constructions. So the goal, you know, from here is to do that, but eventually, you know, you won't need to draw kind of like the other side of the sphere. It's just so that you get used to the to that angle here, like when it meets the side, because usually that's where people will get it wrong. Like sometimes that line will be too straight, suggesting that maybe it continues outside of the boundaries of the sphere. So it's just like making sure that you get good at placing those lines and drawing the curve here accurately. And eventually you're not gonna need to draw the other side at all. You'll be able to kind of center the line where you want to draw the thing and then just draw half of it. The half that's visible. What the hell's moving on to Sammy? All right. So I did somehow manage to do that, although yeah, it was quite a few. It was a pretty demanding day. The 2 days of the move. And they had to do 2 trips too. And I don't know about you guys, but like when I see, and we move like all the time, we move way too often, it's stupid, but every time like I see movers working, like I feel like I need to do something too. Like I don't want to just sit there and like watch them work, you know. So I'm always moving stuff too. Like I'm working as hard as, not as hard, but almost as hard as them. So yeah, not quite a relaxing week, but we made it through, and now I can just sit here and enjoy you guys' art. That's much better. So this took me an entire week to finish. It started as a lame sketch and it's now this. No longer a lame sketch, that's for sure. Awesome. And so yeah, so I see you got some help from the studs. Awesome. Damn. That is a striking image. That's very nice. So my question once again, related to values and characters, but this time, how did I choose the right colors and contrast after working with the black and white values? I'm a huge fan of bright colors, thus oversaturating everything. Me too. So I feel you. I like saturation a lot. To be honest, the saturation here pretty damn good. Yeah, it's gonna be mostly in the values that I'll have some feedback. But saturation is very nice. So like it's quite desaturated back here. You know, the mountains here, very low saturation in comparison to, well, actually it's the same here. But in comparison to this, for example, that's, wait a minute, what? Middle? Yeah, that's fine. It's in the shadows, that's okay. But what you'll want saturation on will be the highlights here. So that's good. Maybe you could saturate this a little more. Here we have a little extra saturation. It's nice. Yeah, everything here. Yeah, I don't know why I just color picked that one here. The most saturated spot. Let's ignore that I did that. But yeah, the saturation level in the background is good. You know, it's desaturated compared to the foreground, and so it reads as if it's further back. And she reads as being really, really, really close, like more like this intimate shot. Very nice, beautiful scene. Like I want to hang out there. It looks super cozy. Love the colors in the back here. Yeah. So values. Mostly trying to get rid of the effect of her being mostly just a silhouette from like a thumbnail size. She is quite dark, and it's pretty sunny outside, you know, so whenever you have a sunny day, you're rarely gonna get some super dark shadows. Usually things, you know, you can imagine the sunlight as being this bazooka of tiny particles of light, you know, that tiny bouncing balls that just bounce everywhere, and like the sun itself is just this huge cannon that shoots like a torrent of these tiny particles everywhere in the scene. So even though something might be like on this side in the shadows, like not facing the light directly, there's so many of these particles flying around, like bouncing around, that some of them will bounce here, boing, illuminate this part of the sand, and then bounce back on her. And so just so much bounce light happening that it will brighten things up. If she were in a more artificial lighting environment, then maybe that wouldn't be the case, because the light wouldn't be as intense. You wouldn't have as much energy to it, and so it's the same as the sun, except the cannon would be more like maybe like a tiny hose, you know, so just a little bit of light. In this case, when it's outside, like you're gonna get a lot of bounce light, so that's gonna be the main feedback here. Just brightening her up a bit. I like the contrast that you have here, so it's not gonna be too much, you know. She's not gonna be as bright as the background for sure. She's in the shadows, and so that's kind of cool, looking. But we can definitely bring in a little bit more light here. So let's try with overlay. I don't know. Maybe that's not gonna do it. Maybe hard light would be better. That's probably too saturated, but you could afford it. But yeah, probably better if we use hard light. So the light of the sky itself, you know, even in the shadows, that's going to be the only light source. But the sky is pretty big. It's a big light source. It's not as intense, but it's big, and so it's gonna always find its way onto your character, unless the character is inside. And so you take that color here for the background. I'm just like, this is light stuff, you know. It's pretty hardcore hardcore notions to keep in mind. But mostly here, what you should just consider overall, just to make the character brighter. That's it. So I'm just explaining as I go, but this guy here can grab the same kind of color and splash that kind of everywhere here on the character to brighten her up. So the shoulders here, we get a lot of light. Forearms, the hair, her face too, we get a lot of light. And then you would get light bouncing off of the ground up here, like this is a bright spot, you know, so the sunlight bounced right back here, and probably some of those particles gonna bounce right back on her because she's right next to it. And so you would get a little bit of that warmer color from the sand bouncing off of her down there. It's probably not the right color for it, but whatever, like a warmer tone. Because it's not the light color anymore. It's not the sky color anymore. It's the light of the bounce, the reflection, the surface off of which it's bouncing off. It's gonna take up those properties, and so the light color will be that color. Mix that with purple. I don't know what kind of color that gives. Maybe like like warm orange, warmer orange, reddish orange. But yeah, you would have a lot more light here. Going on her arm as well, forearm as well. It's in close proximity. So yeah, overall, just making her a little brighter. That's it. I mean, she looks really good. Same thing with the trunk here, maybe a little bit towards the bottom. It's closer to the ground, closer to the bounce lights. Yeah, maybe pushing the highlights here. So that's kind of the main thing that stood out, you know, the brightness overall, the values. Yeah, in terms of the saturation level, you know, like I went a little more saturated here. Not really. It's the same saturation, but that's good level of saturation. So if she was, it's tricky, you know. So usually, in most cases, whenever there's light on a surface, it's going to be a little bit like it looks nice when it's a little bit more saturated, and when there's too much light, then that saturation starts to die off, and then it gets more and more desaturated until it gets to white, completely white. And so you have to kind of gauge, you know, how bright the scene is. In this case, it's pretty bright, so yeah, it makes sense that every bright, like a really bright area would be pretty desaturated, and you would find a saturation kind of in between the highlights and the shadows, like like here, you know, in the middle of the leg, or here before, in between the transition from highlight to no highlight to highlight again because of the bounce light. But saturation levels this way, like the way that it is right now, really nice. That's really good. So I hope she has a good rest of her vacation with her BFFs, and really good stuff, man. Yeah, so, you know, in simpler example maybe. Let's say you have light coming this way, and here, if it's really bright, this is going to get, let's say the sphere is like orangey. So if the light is not too intense, it'll look something like this. You know, you might get some bounce light from like the white surface here bouncing back onto that sphere down here. So this would be maybe like a lamp or something, like not the sun, but if the sunlight comes in, this is going to get a lot more intense. The light's going to be a lot more intense, and so instead of being orange this way, it'll be like where the light hits directly, it'll be a lot brighter. Somewhere like this. And so this is what I mean. So you get bright highlights, the saturated highlights, and then as you transition to the shadows, like the leftover that you had from the color, that's not receiving as much light because it's right on the edge of the sphere before the faces are kind of facing away from the light source. This is where you get the most saturation, and then the shadows get desaturated again. Well, that makes sense. So that's the logic. So if the intensity is less, then you'll get back that saturation in the highlights. So you just have to gauge, you know, how bright your scene is and how bright your light source is and that kind of stuff. So tricky stuff, you know. It's not the most artistic thing to think about. It's like thinking about physics, but But hope that explains it. And damn, that was good. Yeah, a little bit more a little bit more light. Ah, no. Now she feels warm and cozy. What the hell, Sammy? Right on, moving on to Santiago. Ooh. Yeah, I saw that online. Bruh. Yeah, those colors are way nicer. That works way better. Hell yeah. Hells to the yes. Oh, nice. I like the blood thing here. Yeah. There we go. Now the story makes sense. So clearly she's getting refueled and recharged. Oh, that's a huge improvement. It's something stupid too. It's just this little thing. Because it wasn't there before, right? I don't think it was. I didn't notice it before. I don't think it was. But that makes a huge difference. You're welcome, Sammy. Yeah, skin tone looks richer, more warmer. It's way better, way better. And now the characters in front, you know, she's commanding more attention because she's the warmer, she's the source of warm light, and we're always attracted towards the light where things are warmer. It's just more attractive. That's what it's probably a genetic thing, you know. Anything that's warm. When we were like cavemen, like warm, sun, warm, blue, cold. I don't want it. Probably why we're so attracted to like sunsets and stuff like that. Man, that was good. Yeah, ooh, and look, when I was talking about that saturation difference, you know, that's something you can use and you can maybe push like just as a style decision. Sammy. You know, so bright but desaturated, and then you go transition to the lights and to the shadows, gets more saturated. See the thing going like creeping to the right here. Starts pretty desaturated and creeps to the right, more saturated, more saturated, more saturated, more saturated, more saturated, and then back again to desaturated. Same idea. But this transition here, like, oh, that's nice. It adds a little bit of a extra warmth. Yeah, to be honest, like the only thing that did you say it was done? Yeah, the only thing I would add from the end is small stuff, you know. So I don't think it would take you too long, but it'd just be some extra reflections, maybe, just to make things pop a bit more. Like her leg here is, I think it's a metallic leg. Looks like it. Maybe like some reflections on here would be cool. Like what you had there. That's nice, like nice and shiny metal. I would do the same thing here for the leg. Maybe since the light's coming from below here, like the sparkle in her eyes could be a little lower, just to match the light source. Maybe not, I don't know, either way. Or maybe it's like a door that's cracked open, so the reflection will be a little bit longer, like a door halfway open. Details, who cares about that? But no, what I was talking about here is those kinds of reflections, like what you have on the desk, that's cool. What you have on the chair, that's cool. Maybe more of it. Like a little bit more highlight up here, because the screen in the dark room is pretty bright, you know. It definitely will light up things quite a bit. So yeah, kind of just at the top of the chair here, maybe adding a little bit more light, just so we know right away that it's a chair. It's catching the light there. What else? Yeah, maybe this thing here, like on that side, you can have those reflections too. Maybe some of those reflections can reach up there as well. The knife is kind of pointing directly at the screen, might be catching some of that light. Small stuff, like this side here of the windows might be like a corner that angled just in the right direction, might be able to pick up some of those reflections. Yeah, just just that kind of stuff. There's minor details, obviously, but it's so good. Might as well just push a little more. I just read boobs in the in the chat and made me look at hers. I think the shading here on top, like I think that should be flatter, because right now I feel like it's coming out maybe this way, and I think it should be just a little, because you know when you look at the rib cage here, it's kind of this it's kind of this angle, right? And the light is coming from this direction, so it's lighting up that side of the box more. And then as you transition away to the front of her body, like you would get a little bit less light there. Should use different color. Now it looks like shadow, but yeah. So in front of her body, essentially, like the side here should be pretty bright, like that's good. But the front here should be a little darker. Maybe closer to what you have here. Maybe not as dark, but a little darker than the side, because it's not receiving the light as directly. So if you darken it a bit, it'll feel a little bit more flat. It might look a bit more realistic. Let's just do a overall liquify too. I feel like this is still a little high. Let's drop him a bit. Whoa. I hate that the navigation, these stupid tools, not the same as the regular Photoshop. Like you can't even zoom in here. What were they thinking? Why not have the damn hotkeys work everywhere? Adobe programmers. Bunch of noobs. Alright. Don't need to see any of that. Come on. Pushing these down just a bit, so there's the distance between the clavicle and the nipple. That's important. Like you want to make sure there's enough distance there. I know she's like angled this way, so there's a little bit of foreshortening. Yes, 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 yes. But look a little lower. Might work better. Hope that helps, Santiago. That's come a long way, and holy snap, it looks really good now. Should be proud of this. Moving on to Emilio. All right. This egg again. Whoa. Oh, this environment. Look at this. Oh, that was cool. Those colors. Delicious. What the hell? So the theme was egg. Who would have thought? I think there's several problems with it. If you could help me figure out what to do about that, or if there's something else that needs attention, that'd be great. The first thing is the focal point being kind of dull, and the painting in general feels boring as hell. I guess that's on me to figure out what to add to the piece to make it more interesting, but any input is welcome. Second, the water looks awful. It's harsh. We're our harshest critics. Tone down the harshness a bit, maybe. Something about it feels off. I'm not sure if the dragon egg feels kind of blurry. Maybe I'll with the lighting effects. All Alright. Well, the good news is that the environment. I mean, I didn't even notice the water. The colors here, like just the size of this, the style of the bushes. Man, I love this. I love it. It looks sick. It's just like the little hits of purple in here, the cooler greens, the darker greens. Oh man, yes. And the water, the color is good. What else could we do here? It's just like it's probably, you know, calm water. It doesn't seem like there would be much waves in here, kind of like a lake. And so you just see maybe more reflections. There's less turbulence to blur out those reflections. So yeah, I think just more reflections, but kind of the same thing otherwise. And also depending on when the light is, you know, it seems like it's coming straight from the top, then yeah, you will have like a shadow down here. But if it's at a slight angle, then most of the water will be bright, and then the shadow will be a little bit more to the side here, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's kind of cool. So it reads more as a shadow, but it should be quite defined. The shadow itself shouldn't be too fuzzy, because it's the light of the sun, and it's pretty far. And when the object is far, very, very far, the fuzziness in the shadows kind of goes away. So yeah, a couple of things in here. But yeah. I mean, I'm already sold on just this area. To be honest, like if it was just this, the painting, just that would be a good painting on its own, because it's that good, this stuff. So to make the egg work, I think it's just gonna be a little bit of reflections, you know, just to make the materials read better. And then shadows. Yeah, kind of what who said that? Like Billy's saying, that's a good point. You know, if this is in front of us, closer to the camera than this thing is, then yeah, this one maybe we won't see it because there's no real place to put it. I think this is in front of us. Maybe like the shadow of that cloud would be kind of behind somewhere here. Probably wouldn't see it, but maybe that one we would, partially in the water. It's just like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, anyways, the water is not bothering me too much. I think yeah, you're right. The focal point is kind of a little bit more dull, but at the same time, it makes sense. You know, there's not anywhere near as many contrasts than there are down here. In here, you have contrast in values, in saturation, and shapes, in textures. You know, so green organic shapes of rocks. You have a ton of contrast, different types of like warm, cool colors, liquids, solids. A lot of contrast, so this is a really, really attractive area to look at. And so you have to compete with that, essentially, with your focal point here. There's a couple things definitely that you could add though. So to bring that balance back on here. So first about the egg, you know, making that material clear. So is it like a glass surface? Because if that's the case, you would probably have a little bit more reflections on here, and you would have reflections of, like if it's a smooth surface, you'd be reflecting the entire sky. So let me try to find like a glass dome outside. I'd be surprised. Oh, there you go. Huh. Impressive, Google. So yeah, something that has those kinds of qualities, you know, so reflecting part of the sky here, and you can see the reflection of the trees even pretty clearly. You can see probably some details of the clouds as well in there. So it'd be that. So the reflection part I think is kind of missing, and it's a huge source of contrast that you're kind of not using. So you could definitely bring that in. I'm just gonna do a getaway, but let's just grab all this here. See what happens. Duplicate that. I have about 40% confidence that this is gonna work out. So let's not go too fast. Let's not go too slowly here. That's probably gonna look like ass. But maybe it won't. Yeah. Whatever. But that's the idea, you know? So you would have probably like these mountains too. Not these mountains, but these little trees, like all of that will be reflected in this on this side, you know? So these little hills, little cliffs, little rocks, green. And this cloud here probably, because it's pretty close, will be very clear in the reflection. So already, you know, we're starting to introduce a little bit more contrast. Suddenly it's more interesting because there's extra levels of contrast. And then that's just for the egg. So you can also have like a stronger specular color, so the highlight of the sun itself, maybe somewhere here to make that extra bright. Extra shine. And then what else can we do with this? Well, we can add more material information to the creature on the inside too. So, you know, there's not a whole lot of shininess on here, but you could add some material definitions here, like whatever substance, if it's like skin or like shiny skin or fur or whatever, but having the light reflect on that and kind of feature the volumes a little better, especially now that we have reflections on top. It's starting to get rid of a lot of those details, but also, like one thing that's like I see what you're doing here, like having a little bit of translucency, is that when something is this big, you know, the translucency effect just disappears completely. Like you wouldn't notice it with something that's small, but if it's this big, this massive, there's going to be so much masked for the light to go through that you'll probably not get any of that effect here. So. But yeah, in my opinion, I think it'd just be that kind of stuff, you know. So just adding a little bit more contrast to this whole thing. So shading that little guy a little more material definition, shading the egg better, and adding some sparkles. But that looks super cool, Emilio. Anyways, hope that helps. Moving on. But man, that environment though. All right, moving on to Valeria. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Could you please criticize my character design? I had a bit of difficulties to create my hero shape, and I am not sure if this is a good design. Well, now it's gonna get tricky. Gonna get interesting to stream at this time of the day because the sun comes in like this angle. Right in my face, right on the Cintiq. We'll see what happens. Still high, but I hope it's not gonna create too much like lens flare in the camera. But also, yeah, I might I might tell you that make it brighter, because it looks very dark on my screen with all the glare. All right, so hero shape. So a little bit of a recap on the hero shape. The logic here being that it's a collection of all your references put into one shape. And essentially, this is going to be kind of like the demo version of your full game. The full game being the full character, and this being just the demo. So it'll be the same kind of stuff, you know, same mechanics, same types of enemies. If it's like a first-person shooter game, it's still gonna be a first-person shooter game when you buy the full game, right? It's just you get a small taste of the bigger thing. That's the logic. That's the idea for the hero shape. And so instead of having to have like a reference board where you have a bunch of references and then you kind of just, you know, as you go kind of pulling from some of these, maybe that one. Instead, we want to streamline make the shape language very hard to screw up in your character. And so that's the idea for the hero shape, because when you have a bunch of different references, then you can take some things here, some things there, some things over there, and then when you mash them all together, then all of a sudden maybe it's too much. Maybe there's just weird shapes together that, you know, maybe it becomes too complex, too much stuff. And what looks good in design is having a little bit of repetition when there's not too much elements, but when the elements are repeated and when they make sense. Yeah, essentially imagining that you're the person that actually made this outfit, you know. Maybe you like triangles, and so you're gonna have a bunch of triangles everywhere. Or maybe you like a certain type of fabric, and so you're gonna reuse the same type of fabric. Maybe you like certain shapes. So anyways, it's just to streamline the design. And before going to the character, you pull all of these different elements that you like into one shape. And if you can make that one shape work and have something that looks good with all those elements that you picked from the different references, then after that point you can just grab those references, and this becomes now your main reference. And so now you'll be able to pull from these elements. Very fewer elements, because you know you got rid of all your references. This is just the stuff that you liked, that you organized, and you like this organized. You like this shape language. That's essentially it. A demo of your full character. So in here now I'm looking at I like this big shape over there. That looks like something that's not found on here. So, you know, if that's not something that you were not something that you were going to reuse, probably no need to have it. So you didn't need to have that in your hero shape there. But if that's what this is, you're back there, then also be mindful of the ratios that you're using it in. So this is just a little bit in on a big character, and so you'd want to do the same thing here for your hero shape. So if you're planning to use all of that in relation to this being your character as a whole, then you're not using enough, you know. So you might want to use something for the belt here. Maybe the belt has it too. I can't see anything. It's damn glare. And I don't have curtains, so that's a problem. Haven't installed those yet. I didn't think that was going to be a problem. But yeah, anyways, first things first, let's brighten this up because it's too dark. Yeah, you can tell it's too dark too. Like, this is not a good spread of values at all. Most of this graph is empty, and you only have like all the values crammed onto the left here. So you definitely want to bring some more light in here. And yeah, so I don't have enough colors, so that Photoshop is doing its best, but you'll see a lot of artifacts. So yeah, as I was saying, this thing here, it occupies quite a big space on your hero shape, and so the logic is that you would basically just take that, all the ratios that you have here would remain mostly the same on your character. So Oh, there you go. Now I see. There it is. You have another one here. Alright, so that works better. Oh, and you have another one here. Alright then. So that's good. So there are more ropes. So maybe make the ropes bigger or make it smaller on your hero shape so that you know, that's the shape that you'll reuse. Yeah, Emilio, you know, you if she had if you were and if I was dealing with 16 bits of color, like a document that's 16 bits instead, maybe in those very limited values you would have enough color information to brighten it up and have a nicer gradient than that. But with just 8-bit images, there's just a limited amount of information that you can store in the data, you know, in the image itself, and so that's kind of what Photoshop saved it as. You know, the gradient really dark is just yellow, green, and blue. When you darken it, it looks like a nice dark gradient. It's just that when you ask it to make that brighter, that's all I got for you. That's all I saved. I got nothing else. And so yeah, you can't just create colors. You know, it just tries to brighten what's there, what's saved. It's just not enough data. But anyway, so that's the hero shape logic. Hopefully that makes more sense. But you know, like those details here that you have, like that's super cool. That's something that you definitely should have in here at some point. Maybe that was the trim right here. And maybe like another one in the middle. Let's say you like that pattern. You know, that's something that you wouldn't want to have on your hero shape, because then you'd be like, oh, so I added the pattern here on the sleeve. All right, what else can I add on the torso? Let's say the torso didn't have that already. Like, what do I have in here? What kind of ingredients can I choose from? Oh, I could use that again. Oh yeah, that's a cool shape. All right, I'll use that for the chest now. So think of that. Think of the hero shape as your pantry almost. It's just that those are all the ingredients that you have. That's it. So make sure that your pantry is filled with ingredients that you like. But aside from all that, definitely still make it brighter, especially here, and like we lose a lot of those details. Even now that's much brighter. Still, I mean, it's all work that's kind of wasted because we can't see it. I can see it if I zoom in. It looks cool. I want to see more of it. Make it brighter. All JPEGs are usually saved in 8 bits. And you know, if you post online anyways, it's gonna always compress in 8 bits just because it's a smaller size, and it reads good for most cases. And while I'm getting super nuclear right now. Whatever. Half my face is just white. So yeah, you're always going to be dealing with 8 bits. That's just the reality. We dealt with like 32 bits at Blizzard, for example. So when you save textures for like a model, and when you save it out of Photoshop, you want to have the deepest amount of, you know, we want to have the largest amount of bitrate, the largest amount of bits for your image, so that when it goes into the engine, and the engine maybe darkens it or compresses it one way or the other, it will have enough information to not create that kind of like scaling effect here. So in games, you will deal with higher quality images, but in all the other cases, you know, JPEGs, it's 8 bits. Most images online, if not all, 8 bits. That's just how it is. It just means that when you save it, and if it's really like extreme, if it's really bright, if it's really dark, and you save it as 8-bit, it's just like it needs to stay dark. You know, you can't really change it too much from there because it's been compressed already to work well at that brightness level. Oh no, I made the car. That's probably what it is. Me insisting on making things brighter. This is nature telling me to shut the hell up, probably. So anyways, but yeah, design-wise, Valeria, from what I can see now, if I zoom in and I squint and I try to get an angle where I can see more lights, oh, it's really cool design. I really like what you did here. Really cute, really cool face too. So I have nothing to say about the design. It looks awesome. I like how you reused a lot of those elements here, kind of like the tower shape thing, like the pointy thing. That's nice. I'm looking at like the legs here, like the socks. Maybe you could have that repeated somewhere else too, just so that it's not just on the feet. You know, maybe he's got something there on the forearm. I don't know. Or maybe on that side here, you can have a similar pattern, like the horizontal lines. But yeah, oh, that's that little that little thing that I just added here. That would make like a cool earring. But other than that, you know, like the focal point's pretty clear. You guide the eye really well. Good proportions. Like I said, cool face, cool design. Yeah, I'm just trying to find like what else you could push there to make it more, a little bit more hooky, a little more unique. Maybe it has to do with that weapon. Maybe like a different material. Maybe like if it's like gold or crystal or something that glows, or maybe it's just like a weird pattern on his pants. Something that's a little eccentric, you know, like unusual. So yeah, I think there's some, like, you could add a little bit more of that secret sauce, something that makes it a little more edgy, a little different. But overall, very solid design. Hope that helps. And we'll snap. Holy snap, snappity snap. So yeah, this is by far your best. By far. I could pretty much fit as like official promo art for a game or. I lagged. Happy Saturday to you too, Vika. Nitpick is all I'll be able to do here. Man. Damn, this looked good. Just like all these boxy shapes, all these chunkiness there, and well lit. Just everything makes sense. God damn! And the color is awesome. Lighting is awesome. Composition works. It's hooky as hell. Very unique. What can I do? What can I say? Honestly, the only thing that I keep looking at is her butt. Is it a she or is it a? I can't tell because of the hips. It feels like a dude's butt. But clearly she looks like a woman. Right? Oh, it's a boy. Ah, there you go. Then that's good. That's a boy appropriate butt. Then what makes me think of this as being a girl? It's probably the face. It's too pretty. That's it. Very feminine features. How could you make that more manly? I mean, it's yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not necessarily a problem. It's just that, like, the color theme, you know, like if anything, the pose maybe a little bit too makes him feel very feminine. There are some guys like that, so, you know, it's not like it's wrong, but like the face in particular, very feminine, like a short nose, small nose, big eyes, you know, all the kinds of stuff, all the kinds of details that you would want for like a cute face. He's got them. And all the pink in here almost gives him like this, almost like he's wearing blush, even though he isn't. But yeah, anyways, that's all I got. It's like maybe those two things feel like they're not attached to the same spot. Like this one feels like it's attached a little higher, maybe on that box, on that backpack thing. That's another thing like that my eyes keep going to, but and maybe a little bit more of a bow, and that bow be a little more curved. That's it, honestly. I don't think I would change anything else. He's a trap. Then yeah, then perfect. He definitely trapped me. That's all I got, Vika. It's awesome. It's just so good. Maybe like the materials could be a little more shiny. Like they definitely look like metal, but like really like not raw metal, but like brush metal. You know, something that's not super shiny. Maybe you could do something with that. So it's just cranking up the shine on maybe like those corners, or having some areas here where you reflect a little bit more of the lights. That kind of stuff. Maybe that could add like next level kind of material definition, but goddamn, that's straight in the portfolio, this thing. Bruh. Yeah, like the amount of colors too. I'm looking at the delayed stream again, like 20 seconds behind. Yeah, the colors on point. You make me proud. Damn, that was a good painting. All right, Shimeng. Next up. I hope you. Whoa, what is that? It's like a huge image. Let me try to read those pixels. I did have an alright week. Thanks, Jimeng. I have 3 studies to the left side and a work in progress sketch for the art composition to the right this week. Studies on the left. There we go. Okay, so for the studies, I mainly focused on getting the line work down and added rough shading afterwards. Right on. I think I need to practice just drawing a bunch of simple faces until I find ones that look good, because I feel like I always have to redo them a lot and they don't come out that well in the end. The sketch to the right is a piece I'm making for a competition. I mostly finished the sketch of the character and put a rough background so far. Perspective is definitely a challenge here. Right. Take a look at these studies first. By the way, Vika, how long did that take you? Curious. That painting. What was the time? How many hours did it take you? Approximately. Just for documentation purposes. That's really good. All right. Didn't ask you, Billy. Making numbers up. All right. All right. All right. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, this is one of those where, man, pixely. That's better. There you go. Yeah, this is one of those cases where the reference might not be the best. Like, another thing that I would avoid, you know, or it's not necessarily avoid, but it's kind of I always see it almost as a waste of time to do those studies that are more extreme, you know, like some weird types of fabrics, like transparent fabric or something like that. Those are things that you might do once or twice in your life, maybe more, but you know, in comparison to just regular fabric, it's going to be such a small portion of the time that you'll it's such little use for your time. So always recommend that you focus on stuff that you're more likely to use all the time, like folds that will come back often in your kinds of characters. So like this here, that's not bad, you know, it's just falling drapery. That's good, you know, that could be a cave, that could be some whatever. It could be any number of things. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the material in this case. So like a super shiny material, because it makes shading a little bit different, a little trickier. But I don't know that it's a good challenge, you know. I feel like if it were just like a normal fabric, like cotton or whatever, I think that would have been more useful. But in any case, it was good. Maybe you could brighten here some of these highlights to create the contrast between like the highlights and the shadows. It's pretty drastic here. And that's what like 30% brightness, and then it goes to complete black. So yours in this case, I think only goes to about halfway. So you have some wiggle room here to make it a little brighter, to make this seem a little shinier. Because I think that's mostly what's missing here. That's nice, from what I can tell. From the few pixels that I see, it looks quite nice. Good proportions, nice shading. I like your shading a lot more here. We can actually see the details. We get it, Vika. You're amazing. But yeah, no, that's impressive. And of course, yeah, 35 hours, never 35 hours drawing. It's always there's always a lot of like you rotate it, flip it, walk out, come back. So yes, I'm taking this more as more like 25, probably, like what Billy's saying. So sorry I scolded you, Billy. You were just trying to be nice. Yeah, impressive. And here, Shimang, something that I'm not seeing. Maybe you did. I'm not saying you didn't, but construct it. Even if it's super rough, you know, it can be just a bunch of spheres. Nothing too crazy, but just starting with some semblance of construction. So head with the approximate angle where the face is pointing, and then like the shoulders, some balls, torso. You really don't need a whole lot. The hips maybe can be just this simple, and the legs, the knees, just something that allows you to eventually see the whole step without having to look at a reference. Because it's a lot easier to just start with these things, you know, just a bunch of balls, cylinders for the arms and the legs. It's a lot more approachable, but a lot less intimidating to tackle. And once you get something like this, and you fix it, and it looks kind of good in right proportion and everything, and after that you can slap on the skin and the everything else. But it's that process that will make you able to draw it from imagination eventually, and just draw it better from reference also, because you'll already have like a good chunk of the process already figured out. So you don't need to. It's kind of what I was saying earlier in the stream, where you don't need to tackle this as an entirely new puzzle every single time. If you know that if you know that this is what you're gonna need for your construction, then you already know. All right, so first things first, what do I do when I see this? Place the head, place the torso, place the hips, place the shoulders, place all these things, so that I can kind of gauge the proportion. It's kind of okay. And after that, you go and add the extra details. So make sure that you don't skip that step. Super, super important. But yeah, that's all good, you know. There you go. Not one reference is gonna solve all your problems. So yeah, finding a bunch of different pieces left and right for what you need. That's the way to go. Like maybe this one's a little too chaotic. Like it's hard to make sense of the logic of the fold. It looks more random. Maybe too random. So I might suggest that you find something that's a little stiffer, perhaps, you know, something that where you can see the patterns in the fold a little better. Yeah, because otherwise you end up with folds like this that doesn't look bad, but it doesn't quite look like fold. You know, it looks more like it could be like a super furry towel. And usually, you know, like those big folds here, that define the shape. They will often continue all the way to the edge of the fabric, the garment, whatever it is. Because yeah, when it ends in the middle here, it doesn't convey as well that it's fabric floating in the wind. So instead, if you have these continue all the way and, you know, flaring out as they go, because there's less and less tension as you get away from the tension point, then that might look a little bit more flowy. Probably another new word. Yeah, like having these folds kind of just continue all the way. Anyways, but that's the only thing for this character. I think, yeah, it's just like this. The folds are not super aesthetic. I think that's what it is. The rest of the character looks good though. Like with all the clothes on, like you don't notice the slight twist here in the hips. You know that like this bump here should be a little bit lower. It's like it is here, lower. The hips are on that angle instead of that one. But yeah, when she's dressed up, you don't notice as much. Although I would still kind of push this in here, finesse the silhouette a bit more. That looks good though. Nice pose. Process here was spot on. I just wish you did the construction here, but and yeah, pay attention to the legs, the boots, in particular the feet. I think those are a little small. For the length of her legs. A little brighter. Just a little brighter. Alright, and then we have entry for the contests. Which contests? What is that? Arena. Excuse me. That's what I get for making fun of their names. Yeah, right on. Alright, so that's the environment, that's the design, that's the pose you want. Got it. So in here, so far so good. I think just want to make sure that you know, like this circle here is round all around. Same thing with this little thing here. Like the structures that are meant to be solid, you know, that were built by machines. Just want to make sure that those are very precise. Use Photoshop or, you know, whatever software you have to help yourself with that. You know, just to make sure that things are round, very round. Other than that, later Jackson. Other than that, I think I'll make this character bigger. Because in this whole painting, she's quite small. And if she's supposed to be like the hero of the painting, I wish I saw more of her. And also she's very foreshortened, right? So if she was standing up, she would probably be a lot taller than that. I mean, she would appear a lot taller. She would occupy a lot more real estate of the canvas, on the canvas. And so to offset that, I think I would just make her bigger. Boom. Just like she's closer to us, yeah? Same idea, same everything. It's just she's closer now. She has more weight. She's more important. What the hell, should I? Really looking forward to see how this one develops. moving on to how are we doing on time? Let's do this one, maybe another one after that, and then I'll take another break. Cosmo, all right. So hope you've been good too. I've been in very high spirits lately, even though I had quite a stressful week. That's good. That's good news. 7 hours of Cambridge exams in total. I wish I knew what that means. I have no idea. I'm a dropout. Exams, no thank you. But that seems like a lot, so hang in there. But that didn't really stop me from drawing, maybe too much even. This week I decided to work on my first character sheet. It was quite hard, so as always, I would ask for some feedback as well as tips for design. I went around to ask some of my friends to ask what she looks like in the... she's a traveler, shaman, hybrid, who conjures spirits and turns them into armor and weapons. Also, thank you for the feedback. You got it. You're very welcome. Shaman, traveler, hybrid. Right on. Conjure weapons. Conjure spirits and turns them into armors and weapons. Alright. That's cool. It's a cool design. Cool hook. Cool idea. Hell yeah. And also good job on getting some art done, even though you had all the study to do, all these exams. That makes me happy. Yeah, I will echo what Billy just said. Really good use of repeated shapes, repeated patterns. You know, like the little. It's silly, it's small stuff, but it makes the whole design like somebody actually built this thing. You know, like they had a bunch of spikes in their workshop, and they're like, what kind of outfit can I make out of that? Oh yeah, I'll put spikes here, spikes there, spikes there, and I have this huge roll of fabric with a bunch of clouds on it. What am I gonna do? Oh, I'll make a dress, and then maybe some pants, and maybe, you know, so like those. It's not. There's a reason why it makes characters look better. Why shape language is so important, because it makes it feel more real, more believable, more logical. So I like all of that. Like the spikes here on the feet, like the little X, little plus X thing. All the cloud patterns on the outfit, a little bit on the hat here. Just the cloud and the effects as well. Oops. That's really good design. Maybe the hat feels a little high on our head. That's it. So like for this to be a little more real, like it would have to be maybe a little lower, because otherwise our head's pretty tall. But maybe you can just change the angle. So instead of looking at the top of the hat, maybe we can look at the bottom. I don't know. Not a big deal, you know, you can ignore that one. But maybe something like that. Just so we can still see our face and have the hat be not too high. But it's a good design. It's a very good design. Yes, I'm guessing these are the scrolls to summon the spirits. It looks like she's controlling them. She's not scared. You know, they're kind of part of her coming out. Yeah, A+ design, this thing. Not super complicated, but what's there works. I like it. I would say maybe that hand's a little, that arm's a little short compared to this version here, but and compared to that one, yeah, maybe the arms could be a little longer. Like where's their crotch? Like over here, somewhere around here. Yeah, I think they should be able to extend maybe up to this point. This finger's too long. You're messing up my thing. You need to extend all the way here with shorter fingers. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. Now let's see some colors on here. Mm-hmm. Shading and colors. And like in terms of the quality of your line too, that's something else that you could maybe focus on a bit more. I know like I never did that when I was younger, but like just cleaning up your sketch, it makes you solve a lot of problems that you that you might have overlooked the first time around. But like popping a new layer on top and then just tracing everything again, but just cleaner. Making sure that every step, you know, I know that you're still working on the design, so it's not like a final drawing. Still allowing some room for changes, but yeah, like in the legs here, you know, like turning that into some nice, clean, straight lines. It's gonna go a long way, just making this look a lot more professional. But yeah, man, really good, very good. Well, that helps. Moving on to Robin. So let's do that one and then take a short break. Maybe two more. Okay, Robin. I made a little experiment this week. Each day I made one post on Instagram, and here's how they did. Ooh. Okay, so one thing I want to really hammer on here is that until you get about, I would say, a few thousand subscribers, this is gonna mean nothing at all. And so yeah, Constantin, like I said, the streams, they last quite a while, so we're here for another probably another 2.5 hours. But yeah, so until you have like a sizable audience, it's just like some of these might do better, you know, for no reason. Like you look at them like, why am I getting double the likes on this versus that? Or how is this getting just 4 likes when something that maybe has less, like maybe this in comparison is getting double the amount of likes? What? So just don't look at that. It means nothing at all, because what happens, you know, when you have like short amount, few followers, the slightest thing that's out of the ordinary. So maybe like somebody that has, I don't know, like 500 likes or 500 followers, happen to like that thing, and then his followers or her followers saw the image by chance, just because they liked it or because they shared it, or maybe because they, whatever, you know, it popped up in one of those tags, those hashtags, and then a few more people found it than usual. That results in your piece having double the amount of likes, and you're like, this piece must have done a lot better. This must be a lot better. Like that's what people want to see. But that's not at all the case. It's just that randomly more people found it, and so this is like so damaging to artists that are just starting on social media, because they, of course, you want to pay attention to that stuff. You know, it's information. It's going up or it's going down. It's going up. It's going down. Like you're looking for any kind of clue as to how you're doing. But it's really, really bad to look at that stuff early on. So wait until you have like past 1,000 at least, because then again, even at 1,000, if you have like on average maybe 100 likes, you know, usually it's about 10% of most on average, you get about 10% of the amount of followers that you get. That's kind of pretty baseline. So let's say you have like 1,000 people, 1,000 followers, you get 100 on average on your pieces, but then one piece suddenly gets like 200. You're like, what the hell? that one must be way better. Like that's what I need to be doing for people to like it. You know, clearly they prefer that, but that might have been just again somebody that has 10,000 followers that just put that in their story, and then suddenly this one has double, and you're like, whoa, crazy! It got double. It's twice as good. But then if you have somebody else, same person sharing the same thing, except instead of 1,000 followers, you have 100,000. Then all of a sudden, if your pieces typically get like 10,000, likes, the extra 100 that you got from this dude here, it changes nothing. You're never gonna look at this and be like, that's it. I need to do this more. So you gotta be careful about the numbers, especially when the numbers are low, because they don't mean. Excuse my French. So this is like the perfect time at the beginning here, the perfect time to experiment, to try different things, and to find something that you like. Find a pace that you're comfortable with, find a style that you like, that you're more naturally drawn to. And I know it's hard, but you have to block these out of your thoughts completely, because it doesn't mean anything at all. Nothing at all. Because like let's say I reshare one of these, it's gonna get a ton more likes. But is the piece better just because I reshared? No, I happen to share it. That's it. And it would make a huge difference now. But when you get to 100,000 followers, it will make no difference to you. You'll be like, that's not even a bump worth mentioning. Thanks for the share, I guess, but who cares? So it's all relative. Gotta see it that way. So pictures from Monday and Thursday are older art that I didn't create this week, but everything else I did on the day I posted it. Here are my thoughts. What's going on? That's what's going on. Why did the stick figure, man? Again, that's what's going on. It's random. It means nothing. Why am I not getting new followers from this? Is Instagram broke? No, you're not. No problem here. Get back to yeah, so hopefully that explains it a little bit more when it comes to Instagram. But one thing that's great to to contribute to the number of followers that you get is to do the draw this in your style. Great, great challenges, because if you do something that's nice, somebody shares it, like the original artist maybe decides to share your piece, then sure, that piece itself will get more likes, but that's irrelevant. You'll get a lot more followers from that. So that's what's nice about it, because the number of followers, we want to get it to a point where it becomes meaningful. Anything under a couple thousands, and not to diminish, that it's impressive to acquire a couple thousand followers. It's just that you can't really use that data to make meaningful. What's the word I'm looking for? Damn it. Meaningful what? Changes or adjustments to your art. But commenting on other people's art, not necessarily like the huge artists, because you're not gonna get noticed, but artists that are like more ahead of you in the social media game, but not too far ahead. Like you can kind of still reach them if you work hard. Those are the good ones to target, and then comment on those people, leave them nice feedback, try to help them too, with what maybe you have some people that are not as good as you that you yourself can help, and those people might look at your stuff, like click on your name, like who left me that comment, click on the name, and they're like, oh better than me, well maybe I'll follow them. And so you at the beginning, like you need to manually go fetch each individual followers almost, and it's invested work. It's not just the art, a big chunk of that work is just you typing comments, writing to people, leaving people messages, participating in small challenges, like not challenges from like people that have 1 million followers. There's so many people are going to participate here that you're going to get lost in the ocean of entries. So just look a few steps ahead and target those people, and target the people that are, you know, a little behind as well. Those are great to grow your followers, and as you get better and better and better, like you keep growing and growing and growing and growing. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Super important that it doesn't mean anything until you reach like a critical number of followers. Do not derive any conclusions from this. There are none to derive. That answers it. Got me worked up on this one. Because it's such a dumb thing, you know, because there's no way to know that's what's happening, and like the majority of artists are just like you, they don't get it. Like, how is this making any sense? And it's just like, I've been doing this stuff a long time. I see the data. I've started a bunch of different platforms all the time. At the beginning it was different forums, and then DeviantArt, and CG Hub, and then ArtState. There's so many all the time. CG Society, and it's always the same thing. It's always like that. Like at the beginning it means nothing, and after that, when you get like a critical number of followers, then it starts to make more sense, and then you can actually use that information to make changes. Anyways, moving on to Liviu. Oh, there's a lot to look at. Ooh, you've been cranking these out. Hello. So, yeah, a lot of doodling. Oh, look at this. Look at this, what I was saying earlier. White, yellow, although this is more saturated, never mind. Trying to get used to drawing our comic characters with different poses, expressions, and costumes quickly, and doing simple lines and color with a speedy workflow. That hand. I'm struggling with that part, sadly. Even the simple emoji on the right took about 3 hours each, which seems absurdly long to me. Can you help me with some costuming ideas and fast design and fast ideation tips? I mean, it's not like there's not a whole lot going on here. Like, you have a little bit of shading, you have colors, you have clean lines. So you went through a bunch of different steps to get to that level. So yeah, that's not gonna be quick. It will get significantly quicker with time. You know, the more you do it, the more familiar you get with our face. Yeah, and the more you study anatomy too, you know, that's a big part. Again, the more you know, the more you're able to spot. The more you're able to auto-correct as you're going without having to look back at reference and be like, is that right? Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? Like, you'll know what looks right, what doesn't. And so that's going to be a huge chunk of time that you don't have to worry about. So yeah, all of this to say, I wouldn't worry at all about the time that it took you to do these. Not at all. They look quite nice and clean. Maybe her arm's a little short. More like her hands is a little big for that forearm. Maybe if you make that bigger. So offended. Those are really nice. Just like this one here though, it looks like she's got a little bit less hair compared to her. It's a little more poofy, a little rounder. Small details. But yeah, let's take a look at these. So we're not sure what kind of outfits to give Vivi in this first part of the story yet, so we're trying out lots. Yeah, that's cool. I'd be curious, like what percentage of the time this would take you, for example. You know, like let's say you were to take this to that level. How much time does that take you? Is it like half the time? Is it a third of the time? Is it 80% of the time? Yeah, and using references, it's not a crutch. Like, don't ever see it that way. Whenever you use reference, you get better. So if you're not using references, then you're stalling. You're stalling as an artist. Do you want to be stalling? And like most people, if not everybody that does like webtoons or stuff like that, they all use references. They all cheat left and right. So it's just that you're tackling a project, you know, where you're expected to cheat just to get stuff done, but at the same time you're trying to improve as an artist, so you should not cheat. So it's kind of like this, which is it? Are the proportions way off though? I don't know. Looks like she feels more slender, like more the taller Vivi, but I really like your sketches. Like, those are very nice, very aesthetic. Yeah, man, these are awesome. Oh. Well, that's good information. So we're saying, so it's a very small fraction of the time that it would take you to do this versus taking this to final to something like this. So what takes the longest? You think it's gonna be the inking, like just cleaning up the lines, or? Cause I mean, this is you got most of the information that you need on here. Like the cleaning part, I don't think that would take that long. Like a lot of these details, like the hands, for example, you don't need to, depending on how big it's gonna be, you know. Maybe you don't need to draw the fingers. You can be just simpler mittens. Cause yeah, like I would think, like just cleaning that up. So, you know, you get way more bang for your buck as an artist, you know, to grow as an artist by doing these things here. These are fantastic. They're really, really, really nice. A lot of great qualities to them. Sketchy, but they still, you know, they still convey all the information. Sometimes maybe too sketchy, like this is too sketchy. but these are sketchy enough, you know. It's like it's not too much waste in the brush strokes. This one is particularly nice. That one too. This one too. That one too. Very nice, this thing. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where like the time that would take you to get to this level is not worth it in your case. Not worth it at all. You're way better off just doing way more of these. Because this is more of a craft, if anything, you know. It's just cleaning up stuff, so it's not really, you're not necessarily improving when you do it. Sure, you're playing with the colors a little bit of shading, but it's mostly just technical stuff, you know. It's not as artistic. So anyways, like if it were me, I'd focus on that. Of course, you're working on a comic, so you want to have clean lines, but do you? Is that necessary? Like, why not? Like, this is definitely more polished, but like if your characters were like that, you know, with this kind of level of finish, that looks finished to me. Like, you really don't need to add much more to that. Just some flat colors in the back here, a little bit of highlights, and ship it. Same thing with this here, like from here to something that would look maybe a little bit more presentable, like less of a sketch. It's just a matter of like slap a new layer on top, and then just clean up the contour so they're not as wide maybe. But you know, it should be like a matter of minutes, if anything. You don't need to put that much polish if it's wasting so much time. Because really, that's probably what it is, just a waste of time. Ah, I see what's happening here. So Liviu is trying to bend in half to fit Hannah's style. Well, yeah, that's tricky, you know? So when you have two artists with different styles, maybe. I don't know that you guys will like this at all, but maybe Hannah cleans this up. Hannah does the inking and you do the sketch. I'm just trying to like optimize you guys' time, because of course you want to get something done. You know, it's not fun to stall in a project because of these technicalities, but at the same time you also want to grow, and also you don't want to just plateau. It's tricky. Sure, you know, like maybe this doesn't look like her quite yet, although I'm sure you guys will have much higher standard for what looks like her and what doesn't look like her. To me, they all kind of look the same. They all kind of look like her. So keep that in mind too, like people don't know her as much as you do. It's the same as like a parent being able to distinguish between the twins, you know, if they have twins, that identical twins, and other people, like they look the same to me. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I'll stick to the art. You guys figure out the rest. Yeah, so that much is normal, Liviu, you know, like fixing problems is just, that's gonna go away. It's like cleaning up your lines initially, you know, like if you have hairy lines, it's doing less of that and more of that. Undo, and until you get the right line the first go, and then oh, no more undo. And then the number of undos that you do will go down as you get more confident, as your dexterity builds up. So like that much is normal, that you have to tweak and like spend time fixing stuff. Yes, you should spend time doing that. But yeah, it's just like the hyper polish, going from maybe something like this to something like super clean, like clean outlines. I don't know. I just leave it at that. Maybe that's even too polished. Like for the cover, maybe, or like a full page, you know, image. Maybe you could go to that level, but anyways, looking at the art. Yeah, this outfit's super cute. Just like looking at shape language though, like the kind of shape that you repeat, I would maybe try to reuse them more. So you have some, like it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's always a little strange, you know, when you have like very different shapes one next to another. Especially when they're unique, yeah, if they're not found anywhere else, if you don't find this exact pattern somewhere else, it stands out a little bit because of that. So not that you should change it, but maybe have that repeat more. Maybe like the little zigzag up here too. Maybe on that thing here on both sides. I also feel like she would definitely like trip on her face with this big thing here. Maybe open this up. Somehow, maybe this is shorter. and like the big thing here, like the cloak, the cape thing opens up, and you can kind of see her feet. But yeah, just like function-wise, I think that's gonna be, maybe just make it shorter. Yeah, I think you need some clearance for the feet. Like this works better because it's shorter. Assassin, okay. I would just say that she looks maybe a little too cute to be an assassin. Maybe it could be just something in the eyes, like she's got very mean eyes. Or kind of like a very narrow, you know, like she's always like squinting. Maybe not. Or maybe her pupil is different. Like big pupils always look cuter, but if she's got just a smaller one, you know, without changing anything else, she already looks a little crazy. I'll chop you. Something that makes her look a little more dangerous, like something that's, you can tell right away that, oh, she's not like the other ones. There's something different with this one. I like the super classy outfit though. That's cool. Like a high class assassin. I would push that more. Just the classiness of her outfit. Like she's imposing because yes, she, you know, her demeanor, her presence is intimidating, and also just because she looks expensive. Maybe she's not expensive, but I don't know. I just thought that was something like kind of unique about her. That was pretty cool. Little frills here. That's nice. I like the direction. Push it more. Oh, especially. Oh yeah, so she's a butler too. Yeah, so kind of a military maid outfit. Kind of a hybrid between the two. Yeah. Like this guy looks like an evil character. Is he evil? Like when you see, why is that? Maybe it's a smile, like too forced maybe? Like he's trying to be fake, like fake nice. If it was just like more like peaceful smile. I'm just getting, I'm just stalling on silly things, but I see. Okay, so then yeah, then definitely leave the salesman smile. Hey, yes, this way. Yeah. Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna move on to the other one. Hold the hell. Already did that. And then let's do Sebastian, and then take a little break. Took a while longer on that one. Right on, Hannah. Looking forward to see that. You're welcome, Livio. You guys have a unique situation. Hard to navigate. Oh snap! Oh, I love the shading on this. Who is this? 7. I am good today. Definitely hope you're good too. So it's been a while since I showed something here, but I'm still working on my art. Lately, I started practicing painting and combined it with some figure studies. My focus was to capture the overall proportion and anatomy through painting. I would like to get some feedback on these and appreciate any tips on how to push my painting skills further. Ooh, that was good. That was very good. It's always a good sign when the study looks better than the original, than the reference. Like I'm a sucker for these things, you know, like the super like angular shading things. That's nice, man. So nice. Just clean shading. Seems like most brushes have purpose. Most brush strokes have purpose, rather. Nice and blocky. Yeah, that was so good. I'm not gonna have a whole lot to say about that, other than very nice. Maybe the angle here on the hips a little off, like her hips are tilted back a little more, and so feels like it's reaching a little further in this way. Maybe have that go down just a bit more, because otherwise, like the distance between the belly button and the pubis is a little too short. But yeah, it's a tiny fix. Yeah, you simplified this really well. Everything reads awesome. Like I said, love the style of the shading. What else? Like maybe some small stuff like on the shoulder here, like the difference between the shoulder and the chest. Maybe you'd want to highlight that a bit. Kind of what you did on the other side here, so it doesn't feel so flat. You can feel like the roundness of the shoulder, but I mean, who cares? That's such a small detail. Yeah, so I'd be curious to see what this looks like on, like this type of shading looks like on something that you create, you know, like your own characters. This is beautiful, Sebastian. I feel bad. I really don't have much to say. Maybe the feet, you know, feet feel a little stumpy, a little stumpier than they are in real life. Maybe shaving some pixels off that ankle, give them more shape. But yeah, I mean, it's just minor stuff that feels ridiculous to be pointed out. Yeah, like the way that you simplify the face too, man, that's so good. Awesome stuff. Next. All right, so Kevin will be he'll be up when we come back from a short break, because you're right, Vika, it's been a while. And now the sun is mostly gone, so good. Feels better. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and then we'll keep going here. Have what? A few left. Be right back. Let's keep going. So, Kevin is on the chopping block. Dun, dun, dun. Oops. So, my office is not bigger. It's smaller. I wasn't able to get much done this week, but I did spend time to eyeball an image from Pinterest. I began with a circle for the head, an oval for the body, and basic shape for the face features, and used gesture lines for the limbs. No tails since they can't come out right, but how is it? Last week you said I should look at how other artists do, how they create their picture. Picture space include. Does that mean I should take term for constructing the head while I continue with term 1? I feel like I'm going to be on term 1 for a while. Is this normal? Yes. So the first terms are going to be the longest. Completely normal. It's the most important stuff. It's all fundamentals, and you know, you want to make sure that you build your house solid so that when there's an earthquake, you don't die under a pile of rubble. In this case, the earthquake being the like a full illustration. You know, if you were to do a full illustration with maybe 1 or 2 characters and like a background, some light, some shadows, some different things that they're holding, some perspective foreshortening, it'll fall apart real quick if your foundations are not solid. And so yeah, so the only thing I'll say, you know, about the ref that you use is make sure that you use references that would be relevant for you. So if this is, all good. But let's say, you know, excuse me, let's say you go for like a art that's a little bit more realistic normally, then this kind of reference might not be the best because it's definitely too stylized for somebody going for something realistic. And so there's not a whole lot that should be able to take from this and reuse in like a realistic style. And so, like, of course, you know, try to find references that kind of match a little closely, as closely as possible, the type of art that you prefer. But this looks good. Yeah, this kind of stuff, like you I'm sure you pick up a couple of things. Like, there's not a whole lot of details in here, so it's maybe a little more limited in that sense, from like the kind of information that you can extract from this. But just like how they treat the mouth, for example. You know, like, let's say you want to draw characters that are a little more cartoony, like this, how they do the top lip a little overlapping the bottom one a little bit more. Like, that's tiny thing, but it's an important detail. If you do it the other way around, it doesn't work as well. And like how much they show of the teeth, and how much they don't. So on the side here, leaving that black, you know, that adds a lot. And so it's all these tiny things that you can pick up on. And even though your style might be, you know, more realistic, you can still reuse these kinds of details. So that's what I would have you focus on. You know, like pay attention to those kind of details, like the tricks that people use, how well they can simplify something complex into just a few lines, and look at those lines and steal them. Not the whole style, but, you know, some of these things that you can totally take, because I'm sure they didn't come up with that thing, you know, like, oh, if you have the mouth here and you just draw like a little bit of the teeth, it shows, it makes it seem like it's the whole teeth, but you don't have to trace the whole line, so it's a little bit less, you know, it's not as busy. They didn't invent that, whoever drew this. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you can take and combine eventually to create your own style. It's all these tiny bits and tricks that you take from other people. And you can most definitely like move on to the next term and start to explore. Like, it's not a hard, you know, like you need to finish that many weeks on this term to be able to progress. You do whatever you want. You could technically go through the entire program in like a weekend and just watch the whole thing. Although there's not enough time in a weekend, but like take a whole week to do it, and not sleep. And after that, you can go back term 1 and then kind of make your way from there. Or you can just look ahead a few terms for things that interest you more. That's completely fine too. It's just at least try to overall kind of keep the progression the same. But yeah, there's a little bit of wiggle room there for you to explore and try things that might not be immediately, in the same term. Yeah, that's good. It makes a huge difference when you construct something, because if you were to draw this freehand without constructing anything, like, I don't know, like, is the head centered with the feet and all that stuff? Like, that would be a lot harder. But that was great, because you constructed it a little bit. When you construct, you observe, like, you analyze the drawing a lot more, and it's always, like I said, that detective work, that really makes a huge difference. And that's when you learn the most. And so moving on to Sam. All right, so first time posting. So here's a little bit of a background. I was dissatisfied with how little learning happened at art college. That's a story I've heard before. So too much history, English, balloon, animals for my taste. So I've been doing your art school program for about 3 months to see how the alternative to traditional college fares, and so far I love it. Awesome. That's awesome to hear. With that said, these are my final few torso studies. Do you think I should move on to the next unit, or does my torso anatomy need more work? Be harsh and honest. Will do. Well, welcome, Sam. It's awesome to have you. And you're welcome, Kevin. So yeah, welcome. Let's take a look at these matches. Very good references. Just enough definition to know everything that you're looking at. There's no mysteries here. Skeleton paint over. Great. All right. Pose muscles copied from reference. And then completely fabricated pose. Right on. Okay, so this is probably going to be the closest. And then the quality will normally go down as you get to this when you have more input and rely less on references. So let's see. Very nice. Back views. Very nice. Yeah. So in here, just a small edit, but all of this, so he's got, interesting. He's got very small back. He hasn't been rowing enough. That's weird looking. Because normally when your shoulders are this big, when your arms are this big, you have like a lot more mass here. Like your latissimus dorsi is going to be a lot more developed. But like you really can't see a whole lot here. So a little bit there, like that's where the muscle starts. You can kind of tell, the shift of the shadows. I think that's what it is here, right here. So the muscle, the lats goes this way, boom. And something like that. And the mass of it usually will start right here. So it's going to be the red part, the meat, and the useless part. Well, not useless, but the part that doesn't grow will be all that's left here. So the muscle will kind of start a little higher here. Minor detail, but other than that, that was really good. Yep. In here, minor edits, not gonna be too much. What's that huge round streak? Should have done this on a new layer. All right, so for this one here, first things first, just the traps a little too small in comparison, but your traps, I mean, they're positioned well, so it's not like it's that big of a deal. They are functional trapezius muscles. In here, your sternomastoids are gonna attach a little wider as well. So it's like in here at the sternum, and also not the sternum, but in here on the inside, and there's like another branch, if you can tell on my skin here. So this is the one that attaches there, and then this other part here attaches on the clavicle. But this whole thing here, that's all part of the sternomastoid. Just FYI, I don't think I included it in the at this point yet, so it's just FYI. Then here for the rest of the muscles, yeah, it's mostly very well identified. It's a small minor thing, but whatever you see in the front here, you know, whatever reaches and touches the abs, that's always going to be obliques. The serratus muscles, serratus anterior muscle here, don't reach that far in. So that's going to be oblique here. Doing. And so serratus muscle are going to be probably not as visible from this angle, because he's got some pretty thick obliques here in the front. Kind of cool looking. Not always this shape. You'll be able to see them somewhere back there. Like here, that's one. Maybe a little higher. And then the overall shape for the chest muscle. Yep, that's about right where it attaches here. The origins and the medial half of the clavicles on the inside here, the sternum, and then inserts at the humerus. Just that shape. So you know, a good way to think of this, if you're not sure like where this line should go, it always flows nicely into the abdominal group. So we go kind of from here, and then a nice continuous curve into the abs. Kind of like this guy here. But yeah, other than that, very nice. Also, this one is a little different than usual, but normally the belly button will be right here. He's just got his parents just made a mistake. All right, so this is painted on top of the skeleton. That's really good. Really good. But yeah, again, you know, I'll say this again. I don't think I highlighted it just quite enough here, but the chest muscle, like the pectoralis major, always taller than it is wide. It's a tall muscle. So this in here could go a little lower, so that overall it feels taller than it is wide. You know, attaches here, boom. So that's the shape on him. So very tall, you know, not so wide. So here, that's going to be the main issue, really, because everything else is pretty good. It's just going to be that chest muscle, that sternum here that I want to expand. Although I can't really see this. I can see the skeleton, so I don't know how far down the skeleton sternum goes, but I would think somewhere around here. Maybe it's a weird one. You know, everybody's got slightly different skellies, but again, keep in mind, taller than it is wide, so you just want to extend that a bit more. And that's going to leave you less room for your abs, so you'll be able to compress, to cram in more abs in here. Keeping in mind that the first two here are always a little bit shorter. and then the 2 long ones, belly button, and then usually that's gonna be just one chunk, but yeah, sometimes it's split here. So yeah, that's it. Other than that, looks good, very good. Back view looks pretty spot on. Yeah, just also just FYI, nothing to fix here, but this muscle, the latissimus dorsi, it inserts its origin is at the sacrum here, so it starts in this V at the sacrum, at the base of the spine, and then it goes up all the way to the humerus, and then that's all connective tissue here at the bottom, and the muscle itself will start a little higher. So again, like this connective tissue, normally you don't really draw that when you draw the muscles. Like I'd rather you draw the erector spinae muscles, but yeah, it's just something to keep in mind. Like if at some point you're not sure of the curve that where it should go, like is it a curve here? Does it curve up like this, or curve? It goes towards the sacrum. It just points towards it. Yeah, but other than that, very nice. Criminals. Very good. Very nice torso. Same idea. So the chest is a little short, but other than that, looks great. And for your traps behind here, that's pretty damn close, dude. Like, yeah, you go from the shoulder into the trapezius. It's kind of like this nice continuous line attaching behind the head here, and the skull. This reaches all the way to the tip here. At the end of the scapula, at where the joints of the scapula and the clavicles kind of meet. Yeah, from this angle, since you're going like this, it might be flexing it. Since the arms are pulled back, that might introduce a little bit of a flex in the trap, so maybe that'll stick out some more, but that was really good. So yeah, very well done, Sam. I haven't seen like it's perspective one in the first term. Yeah, it is. So I haven't seen perspective or anything like that, but judging from what I see here, I think you're definitely ready to move on to the next term and kind of explore, and see how you deal with it. But yeah, don't hesitate. Move ahead. Really good stuff. So looking forward to see more from you. Moving on to Anus. All right. So first things first. This damn text, the same value or the same intensity, same luminance as the gray down here. It makes it really hard to see. Don't do that. More contrast. So I hope you're having a great day. This is a new original character. Any advice or anything that looks wrong? Use text that contrasts more with the background. There we go. Fixed it. All right. So we got a. What is this dude about? He looks like he's a special agent, but like not from the government. He's a little too edgy for that. Maybe like private inspector, debt collector, shady salesperson. I like the lighting. Looks cool. Yeah, so there's a few things in here that you could do to make this thing like feel more like that it has more wow to it. Definitely the lighting. That's a good one. That's a good choice. I would stay away from this color though. This damn poop color. Oh no, thank you. So instead, try to think of what other light might be in your scene. So it seems like he's being lit by the sun maybe, or a lamp or something like that. Maybe like he's in front of a window and so like it's the light of the sun hitting on his face. But what kind of light would be in the scene other than that? Because if it's not completely black, it means that there's some other light kind of bouncing around and reaching here to light this up. Otherwise it'd be pitch black. So the good way to think about this, a good way to approach it, is always going to a complementary color. So let's say your skin is mostly warm, just kind of pretty warm, it's yellow. You'll go to something maybe like a blue tint for the shadows, just to complement and to balance off that warmth. So let's try to do that instead and see what that looks like. So also something to keep in mind, but whenever you go from highlight to shadows, usually it looks better when the shadow's more desaturated than the highlights, or at least the same thing, you know, at the very least. But more desaturated typically works better, and it kind of by itself, just the fact that it's desaturated, tends to take on the characteristics and properties of the complementary color. So, you know, if I desaturated this to pure gray, so there's no tint at all, you will see it will, because it's right next to the yellow, take up a slight blue tint to it, right? That looks a little blue, right, in comparison. So that's the logic here. So if you're not sure, you know, just desaturate it completely to just gray, or go to the complementary color and keep it still pretty desaturated. So yellow, complementary color of yellow, bluish, some of that blue around here. I mean, you could go a little purple too, maybe somewhere in the middle here, and then desaturate that. So it's gonna be your shadow now. Maybe a little lighter. Then you can use that to shade the darker areas. So this way, like this part of the jaw is not going to stand out as much as being like very attractive to the eye. Again, saturation always excites us, excites the eyes, and we want to look at it. So for that same reason, the red tie, I would desaturate that too, so that it doesn't steal the show. Because right now, if you look at it quickly, the red's all you see. So probably not good as a first read. So let's just desaturate the crap out of it. Maybe not as much, but yeah, something like that. Still reads as red, but just not as exciting of a color. Better fit for him. And just like we did with the face here, kind of brightening up the shadows, I think I would do the same with the rest of the outfit, because I can see you have some outlines here, but it's so dark, you know, that the lines kind of disappear. So I would try to bring back some of that light here. So this is probably a white shirt and looks gray. Because it's dark, maybe you can tint that a little bit blue, just like we did with the shadows. So blue here, blue there, just to bring some colors in. Colors, always nicer than no color. And then we can do the same thing with the rest of the jacket here, going very, very softly on it. But at least when you have a little bit of light, now we can see more of those details that you spend the time to draw. And also, it's nicer to look at. The contrast is not as intense, you know, it's not like going from white to black. Very intense contrast. It's always a little uncomfortable. More pleasing when you kind of soften the contrast. For us. And then the skin here, it feels pretty sick, you know, like he got into a ride that just goes in circle and he stayed there for like an entire day. He's about to puke. So let's just warm up his tone, like add a little bit more blood under the skin. not a whole lot different, but just a little bit of warmth. Especially he's being lit by what appears to be a bright, warm light. And so, yeah, you could brighten some of that up. But already, you know, like just by tweaking the colors a little bit, suddenly this image is starting to look pretty cool. Let me undo all of that and see the difference. Oops. But yeah, about this guy though, I would give him something else that indicates what he does. You know, just design-wise, just something that we can tell right away what he's about. Is he a bad guy? Is he a nice person? Is he just a business person? Is he an assassin? Just something. Maybe he's part of the military, so he's gonna have like a little pin here or something, or you know, whatever. It's just something extra to sell us on who it is, so that we get to care a little bit more about this character. Because if you don't know anything about somebody, it's so easy to not give a crap. But if you learn a little bit more about someone, if you get to know somebody a little better, and that works in real life too, it's a lot harder not to care. And so make us know this guy more. What is he up to? What is he about? Pretty subtle, no, but just adjusting the colors. Now the eyes don't go as much to the tie, and the rest of the face here doesn't read as dark. That helps. That helps. All right, how long have we been doing this? All right, we still got time before Facebook cuts us off. All right, Peyton. Oh snap! So I've been working on this artwork a little bit, and I've also been working out how I'm going to do the 15 characters fight. 15 character. I had forgotten about that. I think I'm just going to focus on 2 characters who would be in the middle of the fight with other characters in the background fight. Yes, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to have 15 characters in there, yeah, that's a great compromise. Because yeah, 15 characters that are, and it's usually that's usually how it is. You know, like if you think of Capcom versus SNK. There we go. Boom. Can I get some promo art up in this? I want to find a Marvel versus Capcom. Maybe that's gonna be better. This brings me back to the arcade days. So yeah, kind of that logic, you know? We have like a few hero characters, like the focus is on them, but still the other characters are there. They're just not, they're just there as support. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So this guy's in the front. He's not the main hero of the game. He's just one dude, but they put him in front, and so now the other characters. So there's some hierarchy there, some order. Yeah, so great decision, Peyton. I support this. And let's check out her. Check out her design. You're getting good, dude. That's a lot of details. A lot of details to juggle. Yeah, and the bigger that you make those 2 characters in the front, the easier time you're gonna have, because then you'll be forced to draw the other characters smaller. So anything you can do to reduce the number of characters that you have to really focus on, that's good. you'll thank yourself later when you're like 100 hours into this project. So is this like this thing here behind? That's, I think this is the only thing that I'm not sure about right now. I just don't know what it is. That's all. Is it like a wing, like a butterfly wing kind of thing? But like as like sci-fi panels. The only thing I'd say about that is to try to maybe match the shape language that you have elsewhere a little better. Like you really don't have anything like this in your design. Like no big shapes, no silhouette defining shapes that are rectangular. So I would not use that if possible. Instead, you know, like the shapes that you have here are like these nice straight, clean, and then going into curves, but mostly straight and then a little bit of curve. Like the legs here, a little bit of a curve here. Yeah, nice and rounded and like, you know, Apple product looking, nice and clean. I would go with something like that for the shapes that you have back here. Even like even this is a little bit out of the shape language that you use for the character. So yeah, I would just clarify like what these things are. Their wings or some sort of like maybe like fin or something. Maybe if there's only one. Oh, I guess, oh, this is probably wings, right? So that's the other one here. Maybe like change the angle for that one so that it's clear that it's a wing. Now I'm seeing it, but maybe tilt it a bit more so we can see like more of the surface of it. You know, like wings like this instead of just rotate it that way a bit more. We can start to see the front of it. Yeah, so far, no, for what you have, I think that's all I got for you. But yeah, but the details that you have in here though, the transparency of these panels, that's super cool, dude. Super cool. Leveling up, ding ding ding. Good stuff, Peyton. Valeria. So I'm doing some color exercise from Toy Story 3 and The Wolf of Wall Street. Do you think that they're okay? Not based on rendering, but more on values. I was wondering, can I put exercises like this into my portfolio? Or maybe I only can put a study about my own scenes. Good question. So like I would, for your portfolio, like I would, and like the same goes with like studies and stuff like that. Unless you push the study beyond it being just a study, you know, for example, let's say you add something else in the background here, or like you just studied the pose, but the characters were completely different, then that can go in your portfolio. But when it's a study, I mean, it's fine to go in your portfolio. It's just you would want to have that as a separate section, like a secondary section where it's not the first thing that people are gonna see, right? Or like at the very bottom or something. But yeah, best to separate them from the main portfolio. Because the study, essentially what it is, you know, it's something that helps you level up. With social media, like it gives us something to share as well, so that people, so maybe, you know, maybe other artists that are following you be like, oh, she's studying, so it makes me want to study too. So it's, you know, it helps in that way. But as a part of a professional portfolio, really has no use there. It's just normally it's just for you. You know, you can share it on social media, but usually it's just for you. So that's my point. That's my stance on it. Yeah, when I used to review portfolios, or whenever somebody tried to get a job on our team, it was always like those stood out as being, maybe you didn't have enough content for your portfolio, so you kind of filled it up, you know, with studies, that kind of stuff. So you can include it, but I would keep them separate. But these are great. Damn, this one. Very good. What would help all of these? Damn, that one was good. What would help all of these would be to have, for you to choose a focal point where you want people to focus on and just detail that area just a little bit more. Because when you don't, when you leave everything kind of sketchy the way it is right now, everything feels like there's something in our eyes, like you feel like you want to scratch it to see if you can focus on the thing better. It feels out of focus a little bit. So the good news about that is it's super easy to fix. You just need to focus. You just need to sharpen just one tiny area. That's it, like the focal point. Everything else can be super rough. And yeah, like the colors that you use here, yeah, that's really good right there. You did a really good job here. But yeah, so as I was saying, let's say it's his face that you want to focus on, like just adding that little extra level of sharpness to your details in just one area is enough to make it look nice and kind of finished, even though it's clearly not, you know, it's still pretty sketchy everywhere. So let's try it. Let's try to sharpen this thing here. Let's make him fatter. Why not? Giving a bigger nose. So it's gonna be like the silhouette of things that you want to really, really focus on. Make sure that the silhouette's nice and crisp, nice and sharp. Smudge. There you go. But having just that little extra, never on the right layer. Come on, Marc. By just having that little extra sharpness, now suddenly, at least my eyes, go there more immediately, you know? Because it's something that's in focus all of a sudden. It seems like it's in focus just because the brush strokes are not as soft. And so I would always make sure that in all your studies you have like one area that's like that. I mean, it could be a little bigger too, like, you know, not that great of a fix, but having something like that everywhere. So back here, like things seems to be in focus. Maybe the explosion's in focus and he's all soft, fuzzy. Same thing with him. The two characters don't need to be super sharp, the three characters. But if oh damn it, what's his face? Whatever, it's this. I can't believe I'm forgetting the name of this guy. But if he's a little bit more sharp everywhere, like the eyes here, like no fuzziness whatsoever. The eyes will go there naturally first, and then most likely, you know, since the rest is not super finished, that's going to be the extent of it. That's going to be the experience for most people. You look at the clean, super sharp area, and then your peripheral vision will take care of kind of like the rest. You might glance at it like a fraction of a second, but usually you'll probably look at this, leave the rest of your peripheral vision, and then move on. And then in your mind, since you looked at that and that was clean, that was sharp, that was the impression that you got from the painting as a whole. So you can trick people this way. Just give them a little bit of sharpness and they'll think that the whole thing was sharp if they look fast enough. Big brain stuff. But I hope that answers it, Valeria. So these are great for you. Like I said, you know, really, really good study, especially if you're trying to study like colors and like scene composition, and because all of these are directed to the max. You know, like this scene here, what we got, triad, you know, blue, red, yellow everywhere, red, yellow, blue, red, yellow. I mean, this just comes back all the time, and so it's not a coincidence. You know, it was made this way. So those are all things that you can pick up on. Yeah, great studies though. Really, really good. Well, that helps. Moving on to Robin. Alright, so I am doing well. Hope you're doing good too. I practiced a bit of anatomy and drawing clothes this week. I tried drawing the legs from imagination, but they look kind of weird. So any critique on that is appreciated. Also, let me know what you think about the dress. I wanted to make it a bit more difficult by changing the pose. Good idea. Good. Challenging yourself. Yes. Okay. It's just that when your legs are kind of spread apart like this, definitely less elegant, you know. It's more of a functional, stable pose. Let's say somebody's trying to tackle you. But yeah, that totally works. Yeah. Nice proportions here. You're welcome, Valeria. One thing I would keep in mind, you know, for something to focus on, something to keep in mind, cleaner lines. So it's not so bad. It's not bad at all. But just making it a habit of, you know, when you see something like that, just get rid of it and start again. And if you don't get it right, undo, start again, undo, start again, undo, start again, and then this kind of forces you to be confident, and it gives you like a really easy way out. And so if you don't like it, Control Z, and just allows you to test many times, to try different lines. I'm practicing a line once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Like that's a lot of practice in a very short amount of time. Not amazing practice, but it's way better than trying to just rework the same line. Try to push yourself and fake confidence until you basically don't use Control Z that much, and then it'll be real confidence. Yeah, nice proportions on here. So that's the reference for the pose, right? Yeah. So you don't see the rest of the legs, but considering they look pretty good, I can tell you almost with 100% certainty that these legs are not like that. You know, that's not the pose that she's in. She's probably using something. She's probably doing like something that's a little bit more elegant, like for Instagram or for like fashion. So maybe the leg is straight here, and she's doing something like that. Or maybe her leg is bent here, and nah, probably the first one. Because this leg here is on the side, so the foot will be pointing that way. So you got that right for sure. The foot is pointing in that direction. It could have been the other way around. Let's see where you're running the knees here. Those are probably like the 2 options. But anyways, not the point. Clearly you tried to construct it yourself, so that's good. Try to wing it. Test yourself. The legs look good. So, you know, like I said, the pose is a little manly. So it's pretty stable, not super elegant, but functional and correct. So there's nothing to change here. Maybe you can make that leg a little bigger. See the inside maybe a little more. Just that both legs are the same thickness. Yeah, nice job with the feet here. The feet feel really nicely grounded on the floor. So for the dress here, I think that looks pretty good. Yeah. Most important, you know, whenever you have gravity, is that so you have something like flaring out, right? So tension and then no tension, release the tension. So those triangles, always important. So yeah, just want to make sure that you got a bunch here. This fold here starts maybe very small, but gets pretty thick towards the bottom. Having that change in thickness is very nice to look at. It's very aesthetic. All right, Jackson snoozing away right now. Let's see what we got. Oh man, that was cool. I hope you're good too. I am. So I'm working on this character design and would appreciate feedback on the rendering, presentation, and design. Having trouble coming up with an interesting outfit, armor for her, but any ideas would be helpful. Oh, that was good. Good. Striking image. Yeah, like the backlight and the fact that your character just pops from the background, even though it's such like a dark silhouette. That's well done. Like all these highlights here, it pays off. It looks really good. And like the translucency of the wings, bruh. It's really cool. All right, so I'm done, Myron. How can we improve this? Yeah, so presentation so far is really good. It's very striking, you know. Maybe I would expand the top here a little bit. It feels a little crammed in there, but some minor composition tweak. There we go. She's got space to breathe. Interesting outfit, armor. So yeah, style-wise, like, you know, color-wise, all that stuff, lighting, right on point. I like it a lot. Design-wise, interesting silhouette for sure. Like the initial reads, the big shapes, nice too, very nice. Let's take a look at the shape language we got going on in here. Love these angular, mostly straight lines, just like you have here in the wings. That's cool that it repeats. Very nice. You don't see as much of this though. It's like a bunch of smaller plates kind of stacked, creating a little bit of a pattern. So right now there's like probably too much here in comparison to the rest. So maybe if you add some more here, you know, that might bring him back, make it feel like it was more voluntary everywhere. So I mean, it would help, you know, to understand to know what the backstory of this missus here is all about. Is she nice? Is she evil? She doesn't look like she's nice. And what's her deal? You know, like what does she hunt? What does she eat? What does she do all day? Because yeah, I feel like it's like 80% there, 70% there in terms of the design. Like the initial impression is the most important. That's you either win or lose the game at that point. And after that, it's when people start to look at it and they you know, they kind of tear it apart and be like, oh, that's cool, and then look all over. That's when you want to make sure that you have the medium-sized details and the small details. But first one is check. You know, big shapes, very successful. That's impressive. It's a wow image. Oh, it's a succubus. Is that it? I see what you mean. Yeah, like when the characters are naked, you know, you think of a like a lion or lioness in nature, you know. This often they're gonna get they're gonna get like a little bit of blood everywhere just because they just hunted. And it tells you what they're about. Like this is like, oh, it's them and their environment. It automatically creates like a little story around it. Like, oh, they did something to get to that point to look like that. I think she's just missing that part. You know, it's if she had like a head in her hand. No, I'm dead. That would tell us right away. Or maybe she's got a baseball bat. I don't know. So the hook I think could be fine too. Like what her story's about, what she's about in particular. Besides having a really cool silhouette and cool presentation. And then yeah, design wise, I mean it's gonna be kind of a continuation of that, but a little bit more repetition. I think would be good. You have a lot of like big streaky design elements, so like this nice and long and straight. Same thing with the horns here, same thing with the arms. So maybe something to break that up, something maybe that's a little smaller with higher frequencies. So like that's not bad. It's just it's more spiked, so it's more of the same. Excuse me. It could be like fur. Like I'm trying to think of also like different materials that she could have. Like maybe those are not part of her body. Maybe it's actual just plates, you know, like something that she can put on. Maybe that's not comfortable. Just metal on skin. So could have maybe a little bit of fur here. I don't know. Just a random idea. Just something to make it different. And yeah, like for the torso, I mean, I don't want to hide everything that you painted here because it's nicely painted. And maybe she's one of those that needs to be naked to seem dangerous. Like, why is she not wearing armor? She's not going to be able to last very long in a battlefield, and then you're dead. That's why. Because she doesn't need it. But I would try to find kind of something that maybe inserts in here, you know, kind of a continuation of the mask. Maybe it's gonna look whack, but let's try something. Trying to maintain like this kind of shape, like this almost like rib cage, you know, design on her stomach for the plates. Not blue, obviously. I'm just drawing it blue so that we can see it. But what looks cool, I mean, yeah, it really depends. Like, I don't think this is helping. It's just if she's meant to be, like, my logic would be if she's meant to be naked, you know, I would give her an armor that still makes it feel like she's naked, almost like like Kerrigan. Is that Kerrigan? Wait. Yeah. Yeah, you know, something like this. Like, clearly that's not armor. It's her body. So that's one way to go, or it could be literal armor that she puts on top of her. But if it's just the body, it's cool because you can play with the anatomy a little bit. Like you can look at the skeleton and kind of expand the armor from that, and basically just get inspired by real anatomy and just exaggerate it, like pull some stuff out and like here all these details. There's a logic to it, but it's all tied to her real anatomy. If it's armor, it can be pretty much anything. But yeah, then I would just need to know, is that armor that she puts on or not? Anyways, a few things to think about. Hopefully that helps. And, let's move on to Juan. Oh. All right. There you go, Juan. It's your time. Your turn. Exactly. Hope you had a good nap. Right on time. What the? All right. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. I am. Hope you're doing good too. And the office change has been smooth. I'd say, yeah. This time I used a bunch of references to draw a character for a friend. The requester is happy with the result, and so I am. But I'd like to know your thoughts on this portrait before giving it some color. By the way, thank you for the smudge tool tip. It really helped. Awesome. All right, so it's requests. That's tricky. It's challenging. So that's the reference, and then they want her in that pose, that expression. Whew, that's a lot. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'd say maybe could brighten it up. Just looking at this one here. Like from a distance, this pops more. You know, just because the white of the shirt, the contrast in the face, like the highlights of the face, a little more intense. Let's try to just play with the saturated, the contrast. See what we can get with just that. Because yeah, like you're not using any white at all. You know, 50% gray is the maximum that you're going. Nothing beyond that. So I think we could expand that a bit more. Okay, bright, but not too bright. Just enough that we can see nice level of contrast. There we go. Maybe that's too dark, but then you can easily kind of just darken the areas that you want darker. The face looks really good. I'd say maybe the mouth is a little too big for her. Like she's got a little bit, yeah, maybe a little bit more volume to her lips than this one here, but it's about the same width, I would say. Maybe. Oops. Let's try to take that as a whole. Also, she's like slight disgust. It's like the faces I make when I look at art, except it's never disgust. But yeah, a little smaller maybe. Yeah, I think that was mostly it. Like I think the mouth was definitely too big. I think that helps. And like she's got a very strong, what's the word? Like this here from the side is gonna really like stick out, you know, a lot. Like you get a really sharp highlight here. Hers is more square. Hers is more this way, feels like. So maybe you could push the highlight on that a bit more. Make her upper lip feel like it's, you know, sticking out some more. Yeah, overall, like, yeah, as you see, you know, it's minor stuff. Maybe the angle of the nose too. Like that nostril, I'm not sure we'd be able to see it a whole lot from this angle. Probably not. Be able to see tip of the nose, most definitely. Going into the middle of that thing here. I forgot the name. Oh well. But the middle here, that's where this part of the cartilage, the alar cartilage, kind of goes towards and then into the nostril. And then the other nostril on this other side. Might see just a little bit of it. But yes, it's just a little bit of surgery on her nose to make it more symmetrical. Philtrum. Oh, there you go. That sounds about right. Thanks for that. Yeah, very good. Maybe those shadows here, like softening some of that stuff. Oops, not on the right layer. So the skin is as nice and smooth as possible, just like these people are. Look at that skin, and then look at mine. That's smooth, very smooth. Because if it's not smooth, like it looks almost like there's a few tiny bumps here on the forehead, for example. Like I would try to smooth that out, get rid of that, like that little thing here too, right there, that tiny bump. Right here, I can't see it. Right here, tiny bump there, tiny bump up here, tiny bump there, tiny bump here. Those are all things that you want to get rid of because they look like imperfections. And these two models have near perfect skin, so smudge it away, boom. And last thing, maybe the eyes, brightening those eyeballs a bit more, not too much. And then I would look at her, you know, like these highlights for the neck, the details of the neck here, the different muscles. It's not bad. It's just like this part here. Like we're not really feeling the sternomastoids too well. This area here would be a little flatter normally. And that goes towards that direction. Small minor adjustments. And maybe slightly slender neck too. A little bit of extra thickness. Anyways, small stuff, but yeah. The biggest one I think was just overall the brightness. Like, I mean, you can go a little darker. Don't need to do what I'm doing here, but the contrast I think was a little too low. You know, like staying in the bottom 50% of the value scale. I think you can expand that a little bit more, reach into the brighter colors, the brighter values, to get a little bit more of that contrast. Just it makes it pop more. It's nicer. And yeah, maybe cheek here. Maybe she's got like a lot of highlight here. Boom, boom, like those two things. To make her cheekbones stick out some more. A couple things. Well, that helps one. Moving on to Curtis. right. So here's what I've got for this week. I'm more or less done with the piece on the left. I think the black box is where I'm thinking about cropping the image, but I was wondering if you had any thoughts on the composition. You're very welcome, Juan. The sketch on the right. I feel like my knuckle is stuck. Come on. The sketch on the right is just an idea. I've been playing with the rocket girl thing. This chord is running. The rocket, moon, and stars are supposed to be like stage props suspended from the rafters or something. I'm mostly wondering if you notice any major anatomy errors or any other issues in the design. That's really good. You gotta do a little bit of that, you know, to suggest that this is kind of like being squished against the knee. And there's still something here in the armpit. What is it? Maybe it's just too much highlight. That's it. That was good. That was really good. For some reason, I still feel like this damn cheeks here is. One cheek is a little too far out. Why? Maybe there's that curve here. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that curve works better. Yeah, we have a lot of horned ladies today. I'm not complaining either. Yeah, so it looks good. Yeah, looks really good. Maybe the colors, the color choices. Like it's hard to focus on any particular area. I think that's the main issue here. Like this stands out. That thing, for sure. But her face, you know, it's all bright face. I feel like you would need something more like around her face to bring the attention there. More. Secondary character, not too important, but this one here, like the easiest would be just a complementary color to whatever you have here. So something that's not warm, like use this kind of blue here, maybe a little more blue, a little more saturated. To color could be her outfit, maybe this here, maybe her little pendants, maybe her lipstick, maybe that flower. Not quite enough. Maybe hair. Yeah, I think this is a killer drawing, but the focal point sucks. Doesn't exist. And it's just a matter of finding the color, just arranging the colors slightly different, and then you'll solve it right away. But right now, like my eyes is going all over the place. There's nothing to really keep my attention in one spot. And that's not good. We want to be directed. I don't want to have to figure this out. That's the crop. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good. So if you're with me, I would just splash some blue in there, some turquoise in there, some extra turquoise. So maybe she's got like a little necklace thing. Maybe these things are turquoise, or maybe her thing is turquoise. That's her color, not red. This way, maybe she matched with this better. She can have the pink hair too. That's cool. Turquoise and pink, always good combo. Maybe it's just like little patterns on this thing here. Maybe different parts of it, different fabric. It just needs something in the colors to attract our attention around this area. So did a few things there. I don't know which one worked the best. There might be a bunch of other ways that you can do that, but I think it's needed here because the focal point is no bueno. There's no, this is just too weak. The drawing itself, sick. And then this one here. Oh yeah, totally. That works. That works super well. This star is kind of weird though. Like, yeah. Why is it tilted this way? Doing, 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 doing. There we go. I'll probably do that instead. No complaints here. That's good. Nice anatomy. As usual, nice sketch, nice quality to your lines. Yeah, the anatomy works really well here. Awesome stuff, Curtis. Very nice. That helps. Moving on to Timo. So, damn right it's ready. I wouldn't be here otherwise, and you wouldn't get any feedback. But I love my dear students way too much to leave you hanging for a week when I could do it if I just hurry up a little bit. So here I am. So I've been doing figure drawing. I've been doing figure drawing a couple of weeks, and now I'd like to get some feedback and guidance at 30 seconds drawings. Oh man, I'm struggling with my English. At 30 seconds, drawing lines are getting better, but I don't have time to get proportions right. What's the most important thing I should focus on? For 30 seconds, it's the gesture. So almost ignore proportions. That kind of goes out the window. I mean, if you can't do it, good, but in terms of what you should aim for, it's the energy, just the lines, the overall motion, like the line of action. That's key here. So, and also that's a good place to push the gesture a little bit more than what you see. So like exaggerate what you see. So for example, like this guy here, maybe that's exactly the way that he was, but try to go crazier, like legs there, torso like this, and the hand, like push it a little bit more. It's a great time to try to do that. With 2 minutes, it's a little bit harder because then you're working off of the reference a little bit more one-to-one, a little more accurately. Nice. But yeah, I would definitely construct all the time. So if you don't know, like if your construction is too slow, like if you're drawing these here, what you want to avoid is looking at, let's say you have a reference that looks kind of like that in that pose. What you want to avoid doing is looking at any area in isolation, which is what you would naturally do if you're trying to copy one-to-one something. That's not good. That's not helping you improve. It's just turning you into a photocopy machine. No, not what you're after. So if you have a pose that's like this, instead of looking at the shoulder and being like, okay, so the line from the tip here to the shoulder goes in that kind of diagonal, and then it goes straight, and then the head starts. That's the worst approach. Don't do that. Always construct it. So start with something that makes sense, and then you build on top of that. So the best way is to start with these and add another minute and a half, and then develop that even further, because that's constructed, you know. You made sure that to measure the distances here, that things are not too long, things don't look too weird. It looks like a person. Sure, it's a bunch of lines, just a stick figure, but that looks like it could totally be a character. You know, if you just push that some more, work on the anatomy here, spin the leg, you could definitely turn that into a real person. So that's a great one. That's kind of what you want to go for. And definitely construct them every time. The construction doesn't need to be super detailed, but yeah, just the head, torso, maybe shoulders, some semblance of hips, and then the legs, you know, whee! That's good enough. What happened with his arm? Ouch. And then you can slap on some volume to that, onto those little sticks here. Make that to something that's not just 2D, but has some 2D to it. And you build your characters that way. From the frame, out. Construction, out. Otherwise, it's way easier to screw up your proportions. Like most of your 30-second ones, I would say, have better proportions than these. That's pretty good. This arm is pretty big. This one here's got a long torso for the length of her legs. This one here also got pretty short legs. So yeah, constructed, it just allows you, it abstracts the shape a lot more. So, you know, when you look at something like an arm and bicep, whatever, tricep, forearm, and then the fists here, and a bunch of details here, like some veins and some extra details and some shadows, whatever. That's an arm, just in case you're wondering. Versus something that's shoulder, elbow, wrist, and then hand. When it comes to time to measure things, you know, like measure the distance of the forearm, measure the distance of the shoulder, between the shoulder and the elbow. What's easier? This, right? Because you can see it's just a straight line. So it's way easier to just mentally take this line, transpose it down here, and gauge how big, how small it is in comparison. When you have all this stuff on top, it's a lot harder to do that process. So that's the logic. Start with this, figure out the proportions initially, and after that, slap on the meat. Slap on that meat. That helps. But yeah, damn, look at this. I didn't really look at the difference between the two, but that's night and day. Hell yeah, like these are just stick figures. And these have gesture to it. They have pose, they have like emotions almost. Way better. Hell yeah. Only 3 weeks. I don't know how many you practiced too, but like in 3 weeks you could have done 5 sessions, or you could have done, 50 sessions of these, or just one. Big difference there. So yeah, there's clearly been something's happened there. So that's good. keep this up. Yeah, 2 minutes you can definitely do a lot more, but that would be the way to go. nice. And like, don't worry about clean lines on the outside here. You know, like that's good enough. As long as the pose is right, as long as the proportions are right, you can focus on the cleanliness of all the body parts later. Yeah, more of this. Oh, that helps. Moving on to... Hello. Whoa. So, Callan, you're up. Looking for general feedback here. Anything I should change or fix? Yeah, that was cool. Nice style. Like, I love the... It almost looks like watercolor paint on top. Gives me a very... what does that remind me of? Let me try to find it. I get like this kind of feel, you know. Super old school, but like lines and then roughly colored in. So you get that yeah, that watery kind of color look to it. Super cool. Well, if it were up to me, I would probably have more of a distinction between the different materials. So right now, like sure, like it looks like metal. It's a little shinier. Definitely reads like metal, the color too, compared to the fabric here. But I think you could push that some more. Maybe make it extra shiny. Yeah, because the drawing is really cool. Yeah, it's really good drawing. Yeah, I think it would be just that. So, I mean, that particular part looks quite nice. So there's that, and then you have a little bit of green maybe here. Ooh, hello, nice. More reflections essentially. Making that armor feel more flat, maybe. Seems more solid, and like longer highlights. Like it's more like a cylinder. Extra shine on the edge here. Reflecting the background, the white background. Yeah, you know, that kind of stuff. Like just a little bit extra highlights. Not a big change. A little bit of green here because of all the green around. A little bit of light here for some of the light particles that might be coming from here, like behind the hand, and then bouncing off of that. Boom. A little bit of highlight there. So that kind of reflections on some of the metallic surfaces, I think would be like a nice contrast with the more rough fabric that you've got here. Same thing with this, you know, if it's like leather belt, I would add maybe a little bit more shine to it. Maybe more saturation too, so that's not the same as the pants. There's a difference in color. Also, especially if you have like green next to brown, looks always quite nice. It's like green next to skin color, but green and brown is a good combo. These two, that's nice. That's good. Yeah, and I'm just not sure like what this part is here. it's part of the armor for sure, but what material is this? Maybe fur? Or is this fur? Is this snow? Is this a mirror? Is this a light? So yeah, so we fine tuning the materials I think would go a long way here. And if you want, what would look extra nice would be introducing a little bit more gradient here. So from top to bottom, maybe a little bit darker down here, a little bit warmer up here, maybe a little bit cooler down here, a little bit warmer up here. Let's try something. Continuous. Yeah. Let's try overlay. Like this is gonna do it overall, so maybe not, you know, if you want your lines to still show. But that kind of stuff. Oh, this looks pretty cool. A little warmer up here, and then a little cooler down there. Oops. You know, just tiny gradients. And now we have all this splash of color all of a sudden with very little effort. That's what I would focus on. Material definition and kind of overall color, introducing a little more richness in your colors. Yeah, and then for all the stuff here, like the folds, all that, look up references. Like the pants especially, it feels a little bit more like you know, you winged it. It's just good. It's definitely not bad, but some of the folds here on the inside, like around the crotch, you could probably have a few more there. That's usually where you have a lot of tension. Going like the folds going like, not the folds, but like the fabric kind of bunching up together here before it's tightened by this little strap here. Like what would happen there? Maybe there's some holes in the fabric, not holes, but like some deep folds like this. That would make this look a little more 3D. But yeah, reference would help for that. Just a few. Sorry, Billy. I'm deeply sorry. But yeah, there you go, Callan. That's a few recommendations. It's gone nice. Pair. All right. Third week in. Didn't have much time to do anything. Well, Billy, you know that you can just get rid of all those brushes, right? Just right click the folder, delete, and bring in the new one in. And just do as if nothing ever changed. So I didn't have much time to do anything in term 3. Is that translated? Automatically translated. Oh, related? Oh, okay. Ricadesto. Anything term 3 related. So I decided to build off what you shared last week. On top of adjusting the sword, arm, shoulder, I also adjusted the flow of the pants on the knee under the sword arm. This one. I redid my line work of the piece to clean it up a bit using a different brush. This meat that you need to do to go through your workflow. I have the flats shading and the shading layer applied on the last image with left feedback on the shading portion of the character. Right on. All right, so let's take a look at the sketch first. Yeah, that back arm, like the sword, the arm that holds the sword, I think that works a lot better this way. wee. Yeah, I like the pose a lot. And that hand is so nice. Feels like it's gripping the ground. So maybe just style-wise, like the eyes, I don't mind them being big at all. It's just I think they're a little too close together to be this big. So this would work if you had maybe like much smaller eyes. You know, if the eyes were this big, then that would work, because then you can easily fit like an eye width in between the two, and it wouldn't seem like too crazy, like they're not too close together. But when they're this big, I feel like the face feels very narrow. It's just, yeah, it doesn't work as well. To maintain these big eyes, I think we just need to pull them apart a bit more. Something like that I think would work better. So one or the other. All right, so shading time. Let's see what we have here. This is the version with shading. Looks pretty good. Yeah, the thing with shading is that it's definitely like a very closely tied to the style that you want to go for. There's different ways of shading. Like you can go pretty heavy if you want like this really like 3D look, or you can go quite light if you want the more 2D, but not just flat colors, and there's anything in between. So what I would what I want you to think about, when you shade things, is always think of the simplest volume for the thing that you're shading. So you're shading the leg here. Maybe you do that already. I just want to make sure. But let's say you're shading this leg here. What's the leg? It's kind of like a cylinder. So you would have something like that. And how do you shade a cylinder? You would have the shadow down here. A little shadow up here, maybe. If this is pointing down, more shadow on that side. And you would want to do that process for every piece of the body. And then of course, it's not gonna match 1-to-1, but you can almost go like this and kind of match it, like reshape it in place, and then move on to the next place, to the next part of the body. But that's the logic. So anything that you see here, think of it at its simplest shape, simplest volume. What does that look like? And think of the shading applied to that simple shape, not all the details that you see here. Think of the simpler shapes. Essentially like what you have here. That's perfect. You have the steps. So look at all of these cylinders, like all these spheres. Shade those, or more like shade this the same way you would shade these simpler volumes. And that is the key. Because if you look at this arm, for example, like the shoulder is mostly like a ball, right? If you look at mine here, like it feels like a pretty much a ball shape. And so you can shade it like a ball as well. And you should. And like I would have it on a separate layer, and like you can shade that as a complete ball, ignoring the rest completely. And then you're like, oh wait, that doesn't work. It works maybe for the sides here, but then there's going to be the bicep that needs to attach to that. So then you can just erase here where it needs to connect to the bicep, and then do the same thing, like shade the arm here as a cylinder, maybe on a separate layer if you prefer that. Shade that as a cylinder, Okay, so maybe the connection here, I can erase this a bit there. Maybe erase the top of the bicep here so that one sticks out a bit more. Maybe have some definition here at the back for the tricep. Maybe like right underneath the bicep here gets a little darker. And after that, you focus on the details, right? So, but initially, focus on the big shapes. And just make sure that that looks good first. And also, great way to test if it works or not. Just hide your lines. So there's nothing else but just the shading showing. And if that holds up by itself, without the lines, like if it looks like a character kind of in the same position, then you know you're on the right path. But yeah, I would tackle it this way for everything. So hope that helps. I love the colors in here though. I might steal that color palette. Not exactly, but I love this, like the yellow and the yellow white and like this really bright magenta. That's such a cool mix. The black next to it looks good too. I'm a fan of that color palette. Sorry, I wasn't reading your thing well. Yeah. So yeah, once you have that, like right now it's just the flat colors on top, like the shading and the flat colors on top. So yeah, you're gonna get not necessarily the best colors because you're leaving it up to Photoshop to kind of do or whatever software you're using to do the in-betweens. Usually it'll look kind of gray, not the nicest color, but if you slap on a gradient map on top of all that, where you can actually control everything. Control every part of the value range to the exact color that you want. That is the way to go. Whoa. Golden boy, there you go. Nice shading already. Just a little bit of gradient. I didn't change anything on that yet. And already looks pretty good, so yeah, the magic of gradient maps. Hell yeah. Yay, nice blue. But yeah, so definitely on the right path here. We're looking forward to see where this goes, Bear. Sick. And 6 to go. Alright. Ooh, Nathan. So I decided to take a break from my character and to go back to drawing faces this week. I was also wondering as this is pretty much the base for the male head, how I would have to change the features to draw a base female head. Good questions. Turn them into a Smurf. Or somebody trying to infiltrate the Smurf village. Thinking he's all incognito. We see you. Yeah, there you go. Alright. Right on, so I think so the only ones that don't look as good is usually because of the jaw. So the face is pretty solidly, the way that you place the eyes here and in the right perspective almost always, that's good. That's really good. The way that the nose is always well centered along with the mouth. That's not easy to do. But yeah, it's the jaw mostly that kind of breaks your silhouette a little bit. in some of these. So like for example, like this one here has just got no jaw, so we'd probably want to extend that a bit more. Like that could definitely go a little lower than that. Go away, be gone. So he's got a little bit more of a chin. Boom. It's chinless people. It's not quite as attractive. So now it looks a lot better, and it's just, yeah, just extending this thing here. Doink. Same with this guy here, you know. Think of it like an egg, you know. If you can fit like an egg right below his lips, you have enough space. So this guy here, that's just like a baby egg, like a quail egg. That's too small. Let's go for a chicken egg. There we go, bigger. Especially for male character. If you're trying to do if you're talking about the female characters. And also sometimes like the head's pretty deep this way, and that's just going to be the construction. So yeah, just keep, you know, being mindful about the construction lines when you draw them, making sure that, is this really the center? Can I trace it around here? Can I kind of continue the ellipse behind the sphere? And after that, is my cross section here on the side where the ear is the same angle? Is it the same curve but just smaller? Same thing here towards the top as well, same idea. Making sure that all these guidelines are in the right spot, because if they're a little bit off, then it doesn't work. I need to make sure that they're correct. You know, you can always take this here, place the center of rotation right down the middle, as best as you can. What the hell? Stop that. And then rotate. And if it rotates kind of round, you know, if you can imagine this rolling, it's not perfect. Like mine's got a little bit of a bump here, a little bit of a bump there. But if it's mostly round, like if you can imagine, if you kicked it, it would roll a couple. A couple of rolls. Weird way to say that, but anyways, then that's good. It's just like when it's not round, then you'll be able to spot it. And if it's not round, then the way that you attach the rest of the facial features on it, probably gonna not be quite right. And then you'll end up with things like where this is a little too, because if we look at those guidelines here, it's just the guidelines, you know. The process here is on point. It's just that the construction that you had initially was a little bit off, and so you don't have a choice. If you're using that, of course the end result is going to be off too. So you have this ellipse here, and then this other ellipse in front, like you have a curve there, then this is not quite right. Like you would want to have the same parallel line first. And these two are identical, just one is smaller than the other. And then you can extend the chin from there. Looking at this side line there, I'm gonna try and get a line that's similar. Yep. And then the other half of the face. So in this case, it's just like the chin will be just a little bit lower. And all of this here might be just a little bit, just a little offset, and then, but it's mostly the construction of the head mainly. The facial features, they're pretty good. They kind of work there. Maybe you can have like this eye follow the contour of that line a little bit better. So instead of being kind of on the same line there, having that curve back here a little bit more. So lowering this thing here just a bit. Yeah, it's the back here, you know, like the extra distance here, that's too much. Just crop some of that to the neck. place the ear a little. This is a little bit more correct. So going this way basically. And but the good news is that most of these are pretty good. Pretty damn good. Usually, like I said, issue is the chin, so make sure that you have an egg, at least distance in between the lower lip and the chin. Another guideline that you can keep in mind is going to be the distance between the ears and like the corner here. It's very similar. Like if you take the corner of the mandible here, like that, the corner there where it changes angle, and the corner of your eye, both of these are at pretty much equal distance to the ear hole, for lack of a better word for it. So if you can make sure that from here to here to here to here is the same distance, you know you'll be pretty close to good proportions. In this case, you know, that's too long. And so either your jaw is too short, that's one part, yes, it is in fact a little too short, but also the distance between the two here is a little too much. So you'd probably want to scoot that ear forward a bit, and probably like adjust the curve at the back of the head right here, so that's a little flatter. So just those tiny issues, if you fix them already, it's gonna make a huge difference. There's a lot of great qualities about this, like the way that you draw the face, the nose, all the facial features. It's really good, really solid, very consistent. And then for female, it's going to be just playing with proportions, so nothing much. And I mean, to be honest, like you could take any of these heads and call it a female head, just give it a little bit of makeup. You know, there's not a whole lot of difference. If you go to the extremes, sure, there's more difference, but with average man head and the average female head, without makeup, without hair, it's very subtle, the differences. But it'll be things like the distance between the eyes and the mouth. So that's going to be the main one. For male characters, that distance, like that triangle, if you look at it from the front, like the triangle that my two eyes and my mouth create, or maybe you can consider the jaw too, it doesn't matter, one or the other, that triangle is going to be a little bit longer. If it's a female character, that's going to be more of a perfect triangle. So mouth's going to be a little closer, nose in the middle, eyes are here, so everything kind of just closer this way. For masculine faces, you extend it, you make it longer. Longer nose, longer distance between this, you know, the nose here and the upper lip, longer distance between the lower lips and the chin, and just squarer jaw also. So seen from the front, for example. Let's say this is kind of just an average one. For a male character, did I do this on a separate layer? Damn it. Should have done that on a separate layer. But for a male character, you would want to maybe look at those lines here and straighten them out, or even pull them this way so that he's got an even bigger jaw. Let's exaggerate things a bit. Give him like a huge jaw. There you go. Already that looks pretty masculine, right? So he's got a huge jaw. And then you can give him smaller eyes and long nose and long face. So that would be pretty masculine. It's like a stereotypical way of doing it, but at a much more subtle level, that's essentially the difference. And then for female character, let's undo that. Female character, you'd want to maybe push this up a bit. So chop off some of her chin so that the face is rounder, a little bit rounder. And instead of pulling this out, you can push these in even more, so that the face is even more narrow. If you want like a more feminine face, but if you want something cuter, you'll want to go for more round. But all this to say that the jawline here is going to play a big part. It's always going to be tapering down a lot more. So the V here will be a lot more intense for female faces in general. And then bigger eyes in relationship to the head, the face. I think the face itself will appear bigger on the female. And the face will appear smaller on the male. So in relationship to the eyes, like this triangle here, that triangle there, all of that will appear smaller on a bigger outline of the head on the male character, and all of this will appear bigger on the smaller outline of the head on the female character. Overall, you know, you can do a lot of stuff with that. So female. So those are the main differences that I keep in mind, at least. That helps, Nathan. Moving on to Mantis. All right. I am doing good. Hope you're well too. Been watching streams and doing the course for a while, but this is my first time submitting something for video. Oh, awesome. Welcome. Officially. Good to see something from you. So I wanted to do this as a simple face study practice, but ended up working more and more on it until I decided to try and finish it up. I would really like to hear your feedback on how it looks and what to improve on, because at this point I feel like I sank so much too much time on it into this, and it's difficult to see mistakes or where things should be or could be improved. Also, that lotus flower piece wasn't really worked. I wasn't really working much. I wasn't really worked on much. Gotcha. Right on. Aside from the fact that this has negligible contrast, like so little contrast, it looks good. It looks really good. Yeah, contrast in this case, I think is going to be the most obvious upgrade to this image, to this illustration, because there's so little of it that it makes everything feel pretty flat. But if we try and crank up the contrast, see what we can get. No, wrong tool. Go levels. So it levels here, so everything that's dark right now, I'm gonna make it darker. Already, you know, she's starting to get a little bit more contrasting. And then here I can make the distance between the dark colors and the highlights a little tighter. Increase the contrast in just that range. And then for the highlights, I don't think we need to do much there, but before, after, the same illustration. I didn't do anything. I just tweaked the colors, the values a bit. So, I mean, this guy, you know, the background here, of course, doesn't really work anymore, but that's an easy fix. So that'll be number one, adjusting the contrast in here. Now the saturation is already a little too crazy as a result of that. Let's drop that a bit more. Before, after. Damn right, Sammy, we're still going. Got just 4 more after this. Almost done. Another 30 minutes, maybe. Maybe 20. Yeah, so I love the face. The face looks really good. Yeah, overall, I think it's just gonna be contrast. And so, I don't know, maybe that's the style that you like, you know, low contrast, not too much shading. But yeah, proportions in here look great. I love the face, very pretty. I would add more contrast in the hair. Like the hair is, you know, like if it goes this dark in her ears, if it goes this this dark in her mouth, it probably goes much darker in the hair as well. You know, there's going to be some part of the hair where the light goes in, it can't come out, and so that part there, that crack in between the locks of hair, that's going to be dark, and as dark as any other, as dark as the darkest color on your character. So, maybe not as much, but pretty damn close. So in here, you would want to go a little darker, give some extra contrast in between the cheekbones and the hair itself. Maybe there's a little bit of a light loss between these bigger, like the folds here, but it's all tied together. So it's just extra contrast overall. Really. Love the details on here, it looks really good. For the metal, again, more contrast. Maybe you can go a little desaturate, a little darker in some of these, so that the gold really feels like special when you see it. A very saturated gold. And also just introducing a little bit of by introducing some desaturated yellow. It's the same colors as desaturated. It starts to look a little bit green, if anything, you know. And that's just our eyes kind of just balancing colors. And it's nice. It creates kind of this warm versus cool, yellow versus lighter green palette. And yeah, anatomically speaking, I think it's pretty solid, except the shoulder here. It's not really a whole lot of space for the shoulder to exist. And that one we can't really see, so no problem. But this one here, suggesting that the shoulder and the chest kind of. Like, let's try to draw it completely, and we'll see if it fits or not. That line here would probably be a little lower than that, because that's the line for the chest muscle. Chest. Should be a little bigger than that, a little taller. So that line here should be a little lower to make that work. So we just need to adjust kind of the silhouette's probably fine. I would still, like, since you have a bunch of stuff on top, I would push it out a bit so she's got slightly wider shoulders just to make enough room in here. But probably if you just fix like this line there, that might be enough. If you just lower it, maybe that's all you gotta do. Yeah, contrast in values especially. Very beautiful drawing. Well, that helps. All right. Yeah, we've been here all day. All right, Elijah. I hope the week hasn't been too bad. Not too bad. I hope your week's been good. So this week was a really busy one for me. Started a new job and was helping some people out, so there was less time to draw for sure. Oh well, congrats on that. hopefully that's good news. But I still managed to do a bit of practice on the face. Drawing the face realistically is for sure one of my weaker points, since I am mainly self-taught. I only know stylized ways to go about certain things, so I'd like to ask if that is bad or not. Yes, it is bad, but it's only bad from your perspective. So as you know, as the teacher, I don't really care, because I know you'll be able to get past that and to rebuild heads that or to readjust your skills and rebuild heads that are well constructed, and then eventually get so good at that you'll be able to deform them and no problem. The main problem here is that if you've been using other people's recipes, which is essentially what you're saying now, like this eye here, you didn't invent that, some other artist came up with, all right, so if I make an eye like this, that doesn't look like an eye at all. But if you add the iris in here, if you make the eyelashes a little bit bigger, it kind of looks like an eye now. It's very stylized, but still not an accurate eye. It's not, anatomically correct. But that's somebody else's recipe. So now if you're using that, you're using somebody else's take on real anatomy. So it's almost like the telephone game, right? You tell somebody something and then tell somebody something, and at the end, it turns out to be something completely different. There's a little bit of that happening here when you do that. So it's not a bad thing. It makes you feel pretty good, I would think. I used to do the exact same thing, so I know what it is. Like, you draw something using somebody else's recipe, and then it turns out pretty good. You're like, oh, nice. That feels good. What's gonna happen as you start working on like real construction? Although this construction can work for any kinds of heads, you can use that for super stylized heads or whatever. But what happens when you stop using those recipes is that you stop using those shortcuts that make things look good right away. And so that's always kind of like the psychological problem of doing that, is that the second that you start to do it the right way, you'll feel like this is not working. This is way worse than what I used to do. And it's just that now you're doing it the right way. And so you can't use anybody else's kind of shortcuts to make things look good, or anybody else's recipe to make things look good. So everything's on you, and it shows you your real skills. And so think of it this way, because I'm saying this because a lot of students have said the same thing, when they start to go through like that kind of stuff, the construction and really analyzing the drawing and making sense of it, so that you yourself can draw it in a bunch of different angles and then apply your own style on top. That process, like if you've been using a lot of shortcuts, you kind of have to relearn a bit. It's a good way to go about it, though. That's what you want to do. And you'll see, it'll come back soon enough. Just at the beginning, you'll feel like, now I'm not good. I'm not as good. And just know that this is normal. Oh, yeah, Montas, that's maybe something in your export settings then. Yeah, I wish I knew. I wouldn't have hammered on that too hard then. But yeah. Anyways, let's keep going here. So style, style is always intentional, and since it's intentional, it's like your special take on something that you have a good control over. So always compare to chefs. A chef will be able to say that he's got his own style when they like open their own restaurants, and then they start to flavor things differently, but consistently, and after going through cooking school, what's the word, culinary school, and after learning all the basic recipes, like the logic of how things work, how things cook, how things bake, how things you know, how you cut different things the right way, whatever. And after you have a really good control over that, then you can twist it your own little way. Like you can put a little bit of yourself in it, of your style in it. And so the same goes with art. So you can, at the beginning, you don't have a style. Style is, you know, kind of pointless to think about in a way. You can use other people's styles and use their recipes to recreate their style because it feels good. That's good enough reason. But if you want to grow as an artist, if you want to eventually be able to do your style, the style that you like, make the choices that you want to make based on just knowledge, extensive knowledge of art, then you need to go about it that way. You need to learn construction. You need to drop using, you know, these kinds of recipes. As long as you want to grow as an artist, as long as you want to keep leveling up. So, when you use somebody else's recipe, you're not leveling up at all. So, that's the two things that you gotta juggle. Do you want good result right away, but kind of plateauing, or do you want to go through kind of like a small detour and suck a little more, and then eventually go way beyond what you could have ever gone to if you never did that? I think the second path is the way to go. So I know it's beneficial to know how things work in the real world, so that they can be stylized better. But is it bad to stylize while learning as well? Generally curious since I never had any formal training besides class. So yeah, I feel like free to be. So yeah, hopefully that kind of answers it. It's not bad. I don't want to say that it's bad. So if I said that, I take it back. But those are the two choices. One way, using somebody else's recipe, somebody else's style, or multiple people's styles kind of combined into one. But without the foundation to support them, you will not grow past a certain point. Like you'll be plateauing. Your growth is going to be very slow. But if you do it the right way, it's a little bit more work, and you kind of have to be ready to go through that, you know, in the first couple of weeks. But that path allows you to do anything, to create anything. Way more exciting in the long run. Way more exciting. So, but all this to say that your construction is pretty good. So, seemed pretty negative this whole time, but these are not bad at all. So I'm really, really stoked to see that. Because yeah, like to me, what's important is not so much how like your treatment of the facial features, that kind of stuff. I just want the foundation of the drawing to be solid. And after that, you can do whatever the hell you want. It's always going to look good as long as you understand why the construction worked in the first place. So yeah, you can stylize the eyes however you want. You know, those are small details. The facial feature is never that hard, anyways, to draw in comparison to the actual construction of the head. That's where 99% of students, you know, get hung up on. And so, as long as you can do that well, make sure that everything is centered, that the eyes are the same distance from the center, that the nose is placed in the right spot, that you know, like correct proportions, right? So eyebrows, line, eyebrow line, nose, mouth, you know, all of those, perfect. That's all I recommend that you really focus on. The rest, do whatever you want. As long as the construction is tight, you're golden. Yeah, and it's pretty good. So yeah, what you want to focus on is making sure that the sphere that you start from is pretty spherical, and that you can, you know, easily kind of split it in half, and that those guidelines are mostly correct, that they're not too deformed, that they look like a sphere still. And when you add the jaw, that everything is still, you know, still makes sense. And after that, you know, your treatment of whatever's in here, or if you want to shorten the jaw, like maybe make it rounder, smaller, so it's cuter, it's more like anime face. Go crazy, no problem. Just gotta be able to do that. That's all. time-lapse. And then there were 3. Billy. This is some client. Ooh. Client work. Excuse me. So that was in line with term 4 color and light homework. So I thought I would submit it today for both myself and anyone who is not up to this course yet. This is a design by Clayton Barton. For the comic replicator. I was tasked by the client to come up with some color variants. We had 3 rounds of swatches, and the client settled on the final colors you see. So these, they said no, and this is what they settled on. Right on. So this morning I began to start final render, set the lighting, and begin the values and hues. I will also have a warm secondary light as indicated by the small yellow arrow. Ok. Toute autre action sur ce projet est tout à fait la bienvenue. J'espère que c'est normal que j'apporte du travail rémunéré pour être discuté en classe. Comme toujours, vous avez mon dévouement et mes remerciements les plus sincères pour tout ce que vous avez fait pour moi au cours de la dernière année. That means a lot, Billy. Appreciate that. And of course, it's fine. The only thing where it would cross the line to being like, well, maybe I should get a cut on that, is if it's like design choices that turn out to be very financially profitable, you know? Like if I change something and it becomes like an iconic character, and I'd be like, can you give me a little cut, maybe? But other than that, it's all good, no problem. Yeah, talking about styling, this kind of stuff here. That's so Clayton. Man, that was good. Damn. Damn. Really? That's what they chose? I'm not hating on it, but look at this one. That one's sick. Kidding me? That one's pretty cool too. That one's a little crazy. It's a little crazy too. That one's nice. But that one, oh, I love this. Yeah, that would have been my pick. By far. Client. Client work. The only thing, like, I mean, I love everything about this drawing. So nothing to say about the drawing at all, other than you crushed it. Hands look good, proportions awesome. Feels planted on the ground. Maybe here, you know, like that's a little thick compared to the other one. Whatever. Yeah, proportions are good. Anatomy is on point. Maybe it's too much of a balloon. I don't know, that might be part of the original. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, bicep maybe it could be a little longer, less rounded, and more like a cylinder. Like this one's fine. The highlight would be kind of here. That one, a little more stretched out, more like a cylinder. Oh, Chroma Islands. Don't get me excited. How dare you? But you know, so yeah, drawing. Yeah, you did it justice, like Vika's saying. Bruh, that's really good. Yeah, it's just the colors. Like I want to see more details. Like I'm sure it would be fun if it was just a little lighter, just like there's more light in the scene. because kind of what I was going back to, what I was saying to, I forgot. But you know, when the lines themselves, like if the lines are visible, that's part of the design, like they are right here, right? When those lines start to disappear, that's where the style starts to change a little bit, where it feels more like a painterly style, because you're not seeing the lines anymore. That's what we get kind of in the legs here at first glance. So I would brighten, not everything, like the lines, leave them dark, but I would brighten those colors up a bit, just so that you still see just get them up bright enough that you can start to see those lines kind of come through. Yeah, because obviously, you know, if they like those colors, good. That's good for you. You found what they wanted. But just for the sake of seeing those details, because we can't see them at all, otherwise it doesn't help that I have this bright light in my face. But yeah, let's try that. Let's see, image. Like even if it's just this much, you know, if they're really like you know, we don't want to change anything, they would never notice that much. But at least now we can start to see the lines a little bit more, and that's what I mean. Like as long as you can bring those lines back, because you did them, you know, it's like it's a waste of lines otherwise. Why did you spend time if we can't even see them? But that would be the main thing for this one, and then yeah, with some highlights on top of that. Oh, so they're letting you. Oh, okay. You don't have to maintain the lines. The lines. Although, I don't know. Like you have so much work already done with the lines only. Like all that stuff, and that looks sick, dude. Like all of these. Shading, like the style on it is so comic. I wouldn't want to get rid of that, and so I would personally like. Otherwise, you would probably need to shade that properly. You know, if you were to shade something else, that would need to be shaded with real shading instead of just lines. So I would maintain those lines, and I mean, you can still get something that's super, just as nice. It's just a slightly different style when you start painting those lights on. I would keep those lines. Yeah, like this stuff here. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see next time when you have the lighting on, the lighting turned on, and the lights turned on. Oh no! Is that her real hair? We got 8 left. Oh, it's just not colored in. Yeah, man. So drawing is, I mean, that could be just professional stuff, you know. So mad props on that. The shading so far, this is so sexy. It's like bits of Silver Surfer. And the perspective on these details is on point. Yeah, it's just the colors. And just reveal some more of those lines. brighten up everything just a little bit, like 10%, 5%. Nobody's gonna notice. They're just gonna notice that, oh, now we can see more details. Oh, that's cool. And then with the lights on top of that, yeah, you better tag me. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's probably just not colored in right. Just looks like she took off her wig and that's what's left, you know. Awesome stuff, Billy. Oh, my dear students, they're growing up so fast. Jeffrey, happy Saturday to you as well. I worked on this a bit more this week for a first attempt at pure values. I think it's alright, but I'm not. But I'm sure there's things to fix. I also left the water out of the drains as I wasn't sure how to draw it in this light. The hell was that? I also left the water out of the drain as I wasn't sure how to draw it in this lighting setup, and while conveying that it's moving. Ooh, hello. Oh man, that was good. Yeah, that's the way to go. And after that, when you slap some colors on there, it'll look way better. Damn. Actually, you shouldn't slap colors, you should just use gradients. I want to test it, actually. Oh, Golden Palace. Hell yeah. Nice. Oops. You mean this? It does look, it does have a little bit of a Scotty vibe to it. So, the water out of the drains. Where was the water again? Oh, right here. Gotcha. Oh yeah, so, yeah, now I remember the old one. Way better. Like the level of details in here, that works so much better. Now like these trees are there, and now we can clearly see them. That's so cool too with the light coming through. Yeah. But now they're not distracting anymore. They're not attracting too much attention. Oh yeah, this is way more effective. Just one thing I'll say though, if you have like light God rays like this, probably only on one side, because unless there's two suns, but more like you can have what you might want to do instead is have God rays on one side, and then on the other side just like get rid of them and just have the window kind of just glowing a little bit, like just the light of the sky, kind of a little bit of glare. That would make more sense. And also like having God rays in two directions creates like this X pattern. It's kind of that's not aesthetic. All right, so a couple pointers. It's really good, you know, for first pass. For first pass, I'm quite impressed. What I would recommend that you do when tackling something like this is first go big and then go small. So think of the whole place as like one container and then shade that. And after that, you moved on to the medium-sized details and then the smaller details. So what I mean by that, you know, like you could take like this whole thing here, this half whatever, like mailbox kind of shape up here, like the second floor, and shade that first. So without any lights first, just shading as if there's no light effect whatsoever just yet. The lights will be later, so that you can really break down the different steps this way and focus only on shading, and then only on lighting, and then only on colors. So yeah, so like it's not a big deal. Like the gut rays can easily be taken out. That's easy to add back in. But I would treat this whole thing here first. And try to think of try to think of it this way. So every corner, every time there's a corner, like an angle like this, the light will, a little bit of the light always gets trapped in there. So corners are like traps for light. So they go bouncing here, doing, and then some of it dies down, some of it gets absorbed, and then yes, some of it comes out. But every time you have a corner, you lose some light. When it's like a wall facade, no, it bounces right off, no loss or very minimal loss. But in this corner here, you're right. So you made it a little darker here. That's exactly right. I would just do more of that. So that as a whole, it feels like a bigger object. Go really intense here. And the way to think about shading is everything that's facing you directly. Not talking about lights at all here, right? So not yet. But when it comes to shading, everything that faces you directly, you the viewer, think of that as being a little bit lighter. So if you have like just a sphere, that's nothing. If you have a sphere, do that again. Everything that's facing us directly, like those faces, like the center of the ball is facing us more directly than these sides, right? So this pointing that way, that's pointing there, that's might be pointing over here. This is pointing right at us. This is going to be the brightest spot. Everything that's on the edge here, before it kind of goes away from like outside of our, like on the other side of the sphere where we can't see it anymore, that gets a little darker. And so think of every surface that way. If you have this wall here and the back, that's facing us pretty damn directly. And so that's going to be the brightest of this whole thing. These walls going away from us, kind of like the side of the sphere here, going away from us. So they're going to be a little darker. So you can do that by darkening this in relation to the back face. Should probably use multiply here. And do the same thing on the other side. Once again, no lighting information just yet. That's going to come later. And thinking about, again, the corners. So at the corners here, where the wall meets the floor, corners there, you can add, you can subtract a little bit of light there as well. So add more shadows. Every corner is always going to be a little darker. So now we have kind of like the top room, and then you would tackle the rest, the same way. And then from there you go in the smaller details, and then you do the same process again. So everything that's facing you directly, brighter. Everything that's going away from us, where the faces are kind of like pointing to the side, or maybe, yeah, not facing you directly, a little darker. And the more they're facing away from you, like the more they're close to the edge here, the darker they are. And then from there, level 2, or not level 2, but step number 2, you would go in here, and once your shading is done everywhere, you're like, all right, time to light this place up. And then you can go overlay maybe, and now that's where you would add those lights, those light effects. In the windows here, sun light coming through. Then you can light up this side here if the sky of the light of the sun is touching this side here. And so it's 2 steps. So you first shade, not thinking about the lights yet, and after that you think of the lights of the house. And how much you add, how little you add, doesn't really matter. You can always play with that with the gradient maps. If that's how you're going to color this. But also, as long as it's on a separate layer, I think that's all that matters. Because then you can duplicate the layer if it's not bright, if it's not contrasting enough, if it's not dark enough, you can always duplicate it to make it darker. Or if it is too dark, you can always reduce the opacity for that one layer. So always have one layer that's just saved for shading. The house. And then there was Hannah. Ooh, but. All right, what's up, Hannah? I've been jumping around with art stuff this week because this building is pure torture. Yep. It sure seems like, oh my god, you have all the... No. Yep, that indeed looks like torture to me as well. The butt study is prep for the Rocket Pinup Challenge, and the How to Draw Manga thing is a popular redraw challenge at the moment. Oh man, I had these books when I was younger. The memories. That's a nice butt. Very nice butt. Yeah, just looking at like this shape here. The C shape butt creates, especially when you have like all your weight on one of your legs, that's gonna make that shape even more pronounced. So yeah, I'm thinking like maybe just that's what I was adding a little bit of light here just to make that C shape a little bit more pronounced. But it's a nice butt, very nicely shaded. Yeah. He or she's looking at it, thinking the same thing. Nice. I'm lucky. I'm right next to it. That's good. All right, so question time. Firstly, can you see any issues with my temple? I zoomed in into the image, so that isn't the actual composition. Secondly, how are the proportions on the elf assassin girl? Alright, well, let me check that out first. I'm not expecting to see any issues, to be honest. Because like you didn't go like too crazy with like curves and like pillars, like round stuff, arches. Yeah, all of that makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, I love what you did here. That's sick. Like not drawing everything, but like leaving just like the edges detailed. That's such a nice touch. That's good. Because yeah, if you drew everything, if you detailed everything, probably be too much. That's just the right amount. Hell yeah. Looking at like the size of doors and stuff like that, it's pretty consistent, right? Yeah. Looks pretty good, Hannah. Headache inducing, maybe, but super clean. Damn. I don't know. I don't think you were planning to shade this, but so tempting. Alright, secondly, how are the proportions on the elf assassin girl? Ah, there she is. Oh, yes. So that, I see. I can see those details a little bit more. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Proportions, I think her right arm is perfect. Her left arm, far too short. That one here, that one seems quite appropriate for her size. Although, like here, that line, I think I might want to more like that and make the forearm a little wider instead. Or you can't really see the rest of the arm. Kind of like that instead. And then this one, yeah, this one just needs to be a little longer. The elbows right here, the shoulders right there. Maybe a little. It's not too much, you know, not much longer. Just a little bit. I think you could just grab this whole thing here, scale it all equally. Although the belt is not gonna work anymore, but you figured that one out. Yeah, I feel better. Because now she can reach her crotch, you know, if she needs to protect her private parts. Maybe the forearm could be a little longer too. I always think of it this way. I think it's the best way to gauge if the arms are long enough. It's always, it needs to be able to cover all of that comfortably, like cup it. If it can't, probably too short. Probably can't wipe her herself. That's not practical. She looks awesome though. Yeah, a little bit of frills here. I think that's the right amount. I just don't know how much of that will be you'll be able to convey in like a smaller image. You know, if when you draw the character for the actual comic. Maybe you could combine some of these, like combine two into one. That looks really good though. Like the way that you, yeah. All that has volume. Damn, that looks good. And the other thing I think would be just her shoes. Her shoes look not as refined as the rest of the outfits. So maybe they can have like a little. I think the shape too. Like they're kind of bulky for her. She's nice. She's slender. She's pretty slender. So maybe just adjusting the shape here a little bit. More like a business lady. Less like a sock. Otherwise, hello. And then, thirdly, not really looking for an anatomy critique on the 300 years elf priest, since it was a quick sketchy design, but how are his colors? He's a very minor character, but not a background character, so I don't know if my colors are too bland or just fine. Yeah, so like the way that I see it being treated in a lot of manga, not mangas, but a lot of animes, is they often have, like for secondary characters, it's very similar to what you did here. So they're gonna have mostly neutral colors, like stuff that doesn't really necessarily stand out from the crowd, but they'll have one thing, like one color that pops a little bit more than the rest. So like the normal crowd, you know, would be like a bunch of brown-haired people, black-haired people, blonde people. That's gonna be like the village people. Nothing too crazy, nothing too funky going on. But some of those secondary characters that have a little bit more importance, they'll have something a little bit extra. Not the whole outfit, it's just gonna be like part of their design that's a little edgier. So blue hair, yeah, maybe you could have maybe the hair could have like a more distinct haircut, you know, something that's a little more unique. like a little more extravagant, or maybe it could be a little bit more blue, a little more saturated. Maybe he could be wearing something that's unique to him, like something that means something, like a pendant that's very colorful or something like that. Maybe he's got like a golden pendant. It can be something simple like that. It doesn't need to be big, but just something that's unique, something that there's a story around that. It's just not, it's not the whole design that's out there. So for this guy here, maybe. I don't know what I'm doing, but let's just try something. That looks like nothing, but what if there's like this little one here is a different color? Like that would be enough probably for like a secondary character. It's not much, the outfit itself is it's pretty toned down, but there's something a little different with this guy. Or maybe it's just a white lock of hair here. Or maybe the hair has two colors. Maybe something like this. So the house Hana. That's just like what I would default to. I'm sure there's a bunch of other things that you could do. But who the hell's killer stuff? Nice butt. And yeah, very impressive stuff. A lot of work in here. I like to see that. Awesome. So there we go, guys. We're almost we're gonna get cut off by Facebook soon. Got 8 minutes to go. So let's wrap this up. Thanks so much for showing up today, and those of you that hung out the whole time. You guys are awesome. I had a lot of fun, a lot of really good art, and quite happy with my day, even though I was sitting the whole time. I had a ton of fun. So hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Have a good creative week ahead of you. And I will see you guys next time. Take it easy.